experiencias internacionales.
This is the first session of the day, and here we will have by Infonavit, Oscar Vela Treviño, and we have Mr. Velasquez, regional representative for Latin America and the Caribbean. We thank your presence, and I give the floor to Mr. Alvaro to address a speech to the audience. Thank you. Good morning. On behalf of Mr. Saul Robledo Aburto, the president of the CISS, to welcome you to this forum on housing and social labor. We'll have the mechanisms and the intervention of the states to attain the right to access to housing, with a special reference on the cases that are linked or related with the operation of the Social Security cases. We want to welcome the people with us, in particular, you, our colleagues of the National Institute of Housing for the Workers, which is one of the institutions that constitute the membership of this Inter-American conference, Mr. Carlos Martinez Velasquez in particular, and the personnel in his office and the international relations area. The coordination with these areas is fundamental to and special greetings to Oscar, who is with us physically, and also greetings to the Minister of Development of Rural Housing and the regional representative for in this forum, and has been the experience on the liaison with Social Security, and that is to say that there are different international juridical systems that are expressive liaison to be analyzed, and we are having the and the of the United Nations on the right to Social Security, established in both cases that the family benefits should include benefits for the housing. On the part, this conference has issued in the fifth general meeting in 1955, already in 1955, resolution number 49, headed Housing and Social Security, and resolution 50, cooperation of social security institutions for the solution of the housing problem, of social interest housing problem. In both, different paths of action are recommended oriented to solve the problem of housing, among which we have the creation of specialized entities and the cooperation of social security agencies through the investment of financial funds after meeting the needs of reserve and funding for Social Security subjects, and the implementation of programs for the fostering and improvement of social housing with the capacities of institutions themselves. Both resolutions recommended that the housing developments to be built close to the worker centers to generate the best conditions of hygiene and comfort, and serving the needs, of course, of the community. Also indicated the pertinence of investigating the conditions of the population and to know the relationship with regards to the Social Security benefits. It is not rare that after the emission of these institutions, the Mexican Institute of Social Security established the building of a housing development of international level which is the Independencia unit known as Unidad de Independencia. This wonderful housing development, which is practically our headquarters, represents the crystallization of that golden age in social security in the American continent and an answer to the growing problem of housing that was faced by countries in the most intensive stages of their industrialization and urbanization, as it is in the case of Mexico. I will not elaborate a lot on this point because we will also have the opportunity that Felipe Boranzan and Rodrigo Duran to tell us broadly about this housing development, Independencia, and an important collective area. Work on this place. Well, it has 37 hectares of surface, 60% of which are common areas. And that housing development has a movie theater, market, and the beautiful facilities of an international organism, this Inter-American Conference on Social Security, CISS. Considering these features, I can state that it is the materialization of the ideal of social security as a way of living. Even here, we have an original restore replication from the 60s of that unit. You can visit the site dedicated to the historical memory. This is an original, well, not so original, because just today I was told that the conference was not part of the original plans in the Unidad de Independencia, but well, it will be worth to see that. And I do not want to elaborate a lot more on a chat that is not corresponding to me. Now, considering the growing complexity of societies and the evolution of CIS in 1955, clearly appreciated the creation of specialized entities on the matter of housing, and from then on, different other institutions with set features were added. An example of that was Infonavit, was created in 1972 with the main trait that links the Social Security with housing funding for workers and their family. Proudly, as I told you before, we can say that it is part of the diversity of this conference for several years already. Before the need on going deeper in the reflection on the social security and housing and promoting joint actions with a relevant entity like Infonavit, and before the celebration of the Habitat World Date, we have invited to this international forum international experiences, and in this opening ceremony, we are honored to have the participation of Dr. Oscar Ernesto Rivera Treviño, Deputy General Director of Planning and Funding of Infonavit, in representation of Carlos Martinez Velázquez, General Director of Infonavit and friend of this house. Elkin Velázquez, Regional Representative of ONO Habitat for Latin America and the Caribbean. We will be with them in this first table. We will also have the participation of two institutions that expressively link social security and housing, as I told you, Infonavit and Banco del Instituto Ecuatoriano de Seguridad Social, represented by the general manager, Mr. Jorge Muñoz, and will tell us on the particular experience of the solutions they have on housing from the social security view. In the following table, we will have a review of experiences oriented to serve the problems related to housing. And in this regard, we will analyze the cases of Barcelona on the view of the right to housing with association of public and private entities. In the case of Uruguay, from the view of the right to city, and the Chilean case, a specific case of subsidy to housing. And finally, we will present a book, Sociedad Independencia y Seguridad Social, that I commented you before, that is a rediscovery of housing sponsored by the Social Security Mexican Institution. And we are always here to serve the people of America, and we are so happy to share with you this forum. I repeat, CISS is your house. It has always been yours. As always, thank you very much for being with us and offering us your time. And last but not least, I want to thank the technical personnel and services of CS and our institutions, allied institutions, because you have made possible the celebration of this forum. Thank you very much and have a wonderful day, you all. Thank you very much to our General Secretary. Now we will give the floor to Oscar Velas Trevino. Before that, I will briefly read an overview. He is an economist from the Tecnológico Autónomo de México, and between 2004 and 2008 got a master's degree from the University of Chicago, specialized in public funding and banking, as well as macroeconomics. Dr. Vela has contributed to the public and financial policies in different entities of the Mexican state. He began as an economist and researcher in Banco de Mexico, and after completing his studies, he has been holding different positions in the Internal Revenue Service of Mexico. And he has been the head of the unit of pensions and social security. As representative of that entity, he has been part of the board of National Commission for Saving for Retirement, the National Commission of Insurance and Funding, ISTE, and Infonavit Council. In private sector, Dr. Vela has also worked as an economist in the Strategy for Investment Group for Emerging Markets for the Barclays Capital Bank in New York, and in the academia, he has given courses of macroeconomic public funding. And thank you very much for your presence, and I give you the floor. Thank you, and good morning to you all. This is my privilege, Alvaro, to be here with you today and participating in this so relevant forum, so important, and with a subject of housing and social security that we will be discussing for the coming hours. I am honored to be here. You said it before. It is a symbolic thing that we are discussing this subject precisely in this venue with the history it has and what it represents in the sense of materializing more than half a century of its development to prepare an arena where we can discuss the social security matters in the world. I am so happy to represent Carlos Martinez, our director, who sends his regards and who will join us later on, also participating in this forum. Thank you, Alvaro, for this invitation, this organization, and for inviting us to discuss the subjects. My regards to Elgin Velasquez, a co-religionist of the subjects of housing and social security, with whom we are so happy to work hand in hand in many projects, resulting very productive and very emblematic here in our country and in the whole Latin American region. I want to use this opportunity in this moment of the opening to think about the concept of housing and social security. Let me tell you that the discussion we are holding in our country and in the region, together with Infonavit and other governments, we have approached in Central America, Latin America, South America as a whole, that the discussion of housing and social security subjects, the way we are discussing the subject in the region, is the spearhead at the worldwide level. And I dare to say, after participating for some years on how the housing discussion evolves, for instance, in Europe, in the OCDE countries, or in the Inter-American Bank for Development or the International Monetary Fund, when the focus has been different, even in recent years in those regions and countries where housing was conceptualized more as a subject of the production sector or the sector that accumulates points to the GDP. And we understand housing more on the focus on the side of the offering and how it can generate jobs and economic growth. And there it is in that sense as we serve it in the way of public policies in macroeconomic terms. And in the Latin American region, with the leadership of the international organizations and local leaderships, where the discussion of public policy and housing is taking a broader context, a more correct context about social security, which is perceiving housing from the state as a right that has to come together with specific policies because of the repercussion it has in the development of societies and communities. That discussion, the language being used indeed in our region, and that is being materialized in specific and tangible public policies that we will see later on today, is to put avant-garde and change the way we perceive from the states, how we perceive the housing policy subject. So it is important that we have this interchange of experience and ideas to prepare roots in that regard. Social security, if we think that relatively modern, if we think it is historically, it was not until the 19th century, by the end of it, when countries like Germany began to think about elements that the state had to offer in order to cover vulnerabilities identified in the society of that time. The first elements that about Social Security at that time had to do with covering vulnerabilities in the adult age in the elder population in Germany. And that is relatively modern because talking about 50 or 70 years of Social Security, when there are public policies with many more years of existence, that is relatively a short period. Then there was a jump, and there were policies after the big crisis of the United States in 1929 with President Roosevelt and the New Deal, where we began to think on the schemes of well-being and protection of Social Security related with effects on employment, and that took a root in the United States and after World War II, and noticeably in the United Kingdom. In a more institutional way, it began to permeate with a famous report written by William Beveridge in 1942, and for the first time formally stated the need that the state had to cover the vulnerabilities of society in the matter of pensions, in the matter of health, in the matter of unemployment. And together with that, in Mexico, the discussion from the Constitution of 1917, and then with the creation of the Social Security Institute in 1974, and then the creation of Infonavit, that I will talk about a little bit later. In Mexico, along the 20th century, the institutions and programs that took a root on the matter of Social Security began to be created. So in the world, Social Security here in the headquarters of this forum, in most of the countries that developed these programs, they were focused on covering these vulnerabilities where the society or the communities by themselves could not meet these risks or these needs faced by the communities or people. Noticeably, most of the countries have worked on subjects to cover the vulnerability in age population, to have a sustainable income so that they can have a dignified life in their time of old age, but also vulnerabilities identified with regards to handicapness related to accidents, a broader aspect of Social Security generalized in the world. Of course, the matter of health, where it is the state with general contributions and specific contributions of taxes on income must provide or can provide a minimal standard of health which is accessible or tries to be accessible to all society, and that is health, pensions, and in some cases of developed countries, the protection against unemployment, the areas where Social Security was further developed in these years of evolution. There is a space that some countries have explored, like the care for children or the care for elder people, which is also an attempt of provision in order to generate and to stop this vulnerability faced by families and communities along their life. But housing, curiously, and I insist the focus has been very different in the countries that have faced the problem. Housing has not always been considered as an asset or a right to be guaranteed by the state. The housing or the right to housing or the guarantee to have a space to be developed, to grow, to be educated, to be part of the community. That right has not been thought the same in different societies in order to guarantee from the social security aspect to guarantee a provision of this nature. And it is curious because the housing has a very transversal impact together with health on the development of societies. A person or a family with access to an adequate housing, understood in the sense that, as the United Nations indicates, that needs to be affordable, close to the transportation systems, next to spare time areas, adequate, safe, and to be adapted to the cultural conditions or traits of every region, that needs to offer security and certainty that nobody will be sending you to the streets because you have not paid your renting or leasing, and then you have to change your life horizon because of a shock of that nature. So that notion of adequate housing, that if exists, would have a very positively effects on societies and generates cohesion and productivity of the people living in an environment like that. That is the focus that through the United Nations is being pushed and seen like that and thought like that as a society. Naturally, it is considered to be a need that we need to guarantee, that the state needs to guarantee a notion of social security about housing together with the health and pensions. It is already happening in Mexico, and we will elaborate a little bit more later in my presentation when I will be able to describe how social security system and housing works in Mexico. But what I would like to highlight now is that all these dimensions of housing, all these positive impacts that we have on communities and society as a whole, that justifies in a natural way that housing needs to be conceived as a right to be guaranteed, a right that will be subject to shocks, to uncertainties along the life of people. But the state has a very important role, solidarity, social role, to prevent this to affect the paths that families need to take and move families under stable situation and building their path in an environment and it to be interrupted, and that's generating social decomposition. So together with the pensions and with health, even more important than a specific temporary protection against unemployment, housing covers the relevance of this magnitude, and therefore for the states, it is important to perceive the right of housing as an elemental element of social security. And this is why we're here to discuss in a practical way what this means, how it can be implemented, what are the challenges to be faced when thinking about the provision of social security from the focus of housing, and what we are facing in order to continue to generate this discussion and the public policies that exist today, that all of them can be perfected so that they can be empowered and strengthened in the future. So this is the central message that from Infonavit, and in this forum, we would like to share with you. Housing is very relevant in the aspect of development of any society. In Mexico, we have a myriad of examples of projects of public policy that have failed in terms of public housing, that end in public security elements and social decomposition elements, that if not cared through social security focus, those are lost opportunities, and those elements make a society to be in backwardness and to lose cohesion. This is how relevant housing is. Finally, we all can be identified, even if difficult, when we know that all of us will reach an old age stage and we will have an important vulnerability of lack of income or maybe lack of assets in a given moment of our lives. But even if difficult, we imagine that we will need that comfort of social security or family comfort to face this vulnerability, and not to mention health. We all are constantly, we come from a COVID worldwide situation that made us think how the health can affect society. Housing, it is not difficult to imagine how important this subject is in terms of public policies. We all have a house, we have grown somewhere, and we intend that the place where we get developed and where our family and children are developed to be a place that offers guarantees and security and closeness so that our development is complete with well-being. And the state has a lot to do in this regard. So I'm very happy, Alvaro, that we are holding this discussion today in this forum. The presentations are relevant. The exchange of experiences will be like that as well. So we have written down that we would open with this intervention. We would celebrate the opening of the forum. So following the formalities, if I am allowed, 10 hours and 3 minutes on October the 3rd. 3 or 4? Oh, 4, October the 4th, yes, of 2023. I formally declare the opening of this work on international experience on the um, social security and housing, wishing that this is very fruitful and that we get new, renewed, and optimistic ideas on how to fortify the housing from an aspect of social security. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Vela, for his words. Now we will have a welcome message from Elkin Velasquez, and I will briefly read his overview information, and then I will give him the floor. Elkin Velasquez is the regional representative of ONU Habitat for Latin America and the Caribbean and leads strategies for the implementation and urban and regional location of centers of sustainable development and the Paris agreements. He coordinates program of ONU Habitat in the Latin America and the Caribbean region, oriented to promote liaisons to promote regional opportunities and increase the funding opportunities for sustainable urban development and inclusion of the communities as tools for the reduction of poverty and urban inequalities, and to accelerate an economic development with a better distribution. He has a formation that includes public administration in the National School of Public Administration in France, ENA, a PhD degree in geography with specialization with territorial policies from the Grenoble, France University, and engineering in the National University of Colombia in Medellin. Thank you very much. I give you the floor, Elgin. Thank you very much, Alvaro. We are not listening to you. We see you speaking, but we are not getting. Hello, now can you hear me now? Oh, yes, now, Mayor. Yes, there must be a kind of delay of some 2 seconds. But Alvaro del Arca Hernandez, General Secretariat of CISS, thank you very much for your kind invitation to ONU Habitat to participate in this important for my gratitude also to our peers of Infonavit. I am so happy to send my regards to Oscar Vela, Carlos Martinez Velasco, the General Director of Infonavit, and of course as well to the Secretary Roman Meyer, who is also the president of our Habitat UN Assembly, thanks to CISS, the Inter-American Conference on Social Security, for organizing this timely and important conversation. And this is the Urban October. We are celebrating all over the world the month of October as the Urban October, and the month where we devote part of our efforts, discussion, activities, and the capacities to create solutions to the matters of sustainable urban development, social development, housing, and the objectives of sustainable development. We began a couple of days ago with the World Day of Habitat that we celebrated globally. And of course, all of this will have a big amount of events, conversations, productive discussions until October the 31st, where we will be celebrating the World Day of the Cities. In addition, that is the opportunity to share a very good piece of news, given that today, of course, this is a regional meeting, but we are transmitting from CISS in Mexico. And for the next World Day of Habitat for 2024, that is celebrated every October Monday every year, Querétaro will be the city that would make possible the global observance or celebration of the Habitat Day. So we're being prepared for that. In addition, I would like to send my regards and to celebrate this conversation about the communication between social housing. And let me propose that now we talk about adequate social housing, as it was highlighted by our friend Oscar Vela. Let us work on that view of connected social housing connected to the logics of social security. And from the view of ONU Habitat, it is very important that we can identify ways of continue to progress and promoting that view that in a way was born with a lot of view in the long term around the 70s, when many, and even before, when many of our national governments in Latin America and the Caribbean began to identify the idea of the well-being state, of course, materialize through the important logics and the broad concept of social security. Not only that, but they had the the idea to include in social security the view of social housing. And I need to tell, and you may share the idea that along the last few years, maybe that idea and the original view was maybe lost, but we find that some institutions, some personalities, some efforts in the region who made an effort to keep that view. And today, there is a moment, a key moment in my view, to try to see how we promote it. And of course, we reached the conclusion that there are some subjects to continue to impulse through the path of evidence or crisis. We are here because of that, because of both ways, I think. But it is nothing better than a metaphor about conversations that we held during the pandemics. I remember that during the pandemics, at the beginning of that, the recommendations of our colleagues, our epidemiologists of our national and international institutions, experts on epidemiology, were to stay at home. And how interesting, because the response that we had from many communities in Latin America and the Caribbean, our cities, our Latin American, 80% urbanized Latin America, was to stay at home. First, we need to have a home. And that made us remember in that critical moment about the backwardness, on the difficulty, the lack of universality and access to social housing, the access to housing, shelter, as plain as that. and put us on the table the very important need to think or rethink, and in either case, to relaunch that fundamental point, the point of materializing that right to adequate social housing or social housing. So I think that there is a very important point there, which is to put on the table again and to give force to the idea of zero backwardness. If somebody would like to put it on those terms, and it has been made in some countries like Chile, Panama, zero backwardness or zero deficit. But of course, that is not necessarily the concept that meets all the views. The important thing is to progress in terms of being in full agreement to consider adequate social housing as a right. In the international framework, the conditions and the frameworks are presented to progress in that direction. We not only have the universal standard of the United Nations, and when I say United Nations, it is not us in the bureaucracy of the United Nations, but the public international public servants. Think about 193 state members of the United Nations that have agreed to decide that adequate housing is the international standard to be followed, and that is what we are recommending, of course, from the institutions of the United Nations. So we have the standard with all the features of proximity to basic goods and services, with all the features of accessibility, cultural adaptation, environmental adaptation, and the certainty about the property. We have the standard, but that standard is a right by itself. It is the right in some constitutions, and even it is presented as the right to dignified housing. We want to say that if there is somebody trying to reform institutions or trying to concrete or develop the view of access to housing in the constitutions in the moment of the constitutional order, that we say the right to adequate housing.
And have this consistency. And there's another very important point is that if we start talking about right, is where we find an area of opportunity to continue giving steps forward. And one of the topics, complicated topics, because of the economic tax reality in our country, and answers to the questions to how do I do to pay? How do I do to ensure from the financial standpoint, given the situation of the economy in our countries or a certain country in a specific time in history, to ensure this right of social housing, the adequate right of social housing. So this is translated into a need of tools and public policy tools, but also in a way, um, and a need of financing. And we talk about public policy. And let me say, um, I, we in different environments, we use different types of fights. And I have another way, and we have a universal consensus on the sustainable development. So we just got out of the UN Assembly and the summits of ODSs. So what I wanted to tell you is that we know is because of work that we have developed jointly and learning a lot with our allies in Infonavit, is that social housing will contribute when we develop in appropriate manner the materialization and good materialization of these sustainable goals developments. These are good news because what we're saying in a different way is as follows: if the resources for social, national, and local development, if resources for the financing of social development and sustainable development goals, for example, banking courses, if investments with social impact aimed towards materializing the ODSs, where we find an opportunities to satisfy many more components on human rights, many more components of social and economic rights that we need to also satisfy in our urban societies, but not exclusively our Latin American and Caribbean societies. So here we discussed it in a recent event in Infonavit with the medical secretary and with Carlos Martinez Velasquez about this multi-purpose on ensuring and materializing social rights for our citizens that we find in housing. And then if we have the possibility in these services of social protection services in the discussion about public policies to give centrality to social housing, we are going to have with more possibilities of accelerating this access to housing for our families in our territories. So there I feel there is a very important thing, and the framework of a sustainable development enables and kind of addresses the implementation framework of the new urban agenda that behaves in a needed manner. Next year in the UN, the member states are going to gather to discuss around the summit of the future, the future agenda of the future, to see what are these key areas in order to face these transitions that we have on social transitions, climate transitions, economic transitions, digital transitions, and there's enough elements that allow us to propose with great evidence this nature of multi-dimensional in the positive impact that the right housing has. So there we're in a path that allows us to uh, to see all the institutions to progress in this topic of housing. My second comment has to do with the need and the truth. One of the key points that have to do and uh, to see the legal frameworks, local capabilities of distribution, of responsibilities amongst the different levels, and seeing in a vertical way different levels in the administration, likewise among different um, private areas, and now also then the public sector. We also need also to work with an answer. Yesterday, I answered to someone based on the information that we have every day in our desks. What are the topics that they ask us more, the local governments? And I said to them, yes, between 7 and 8 calls I receive, they refer out of every time, they refer to financing. How do we finance the implementation of the ODSs? How do we finance new housing programs, social programs? How do we finance the implementation of the new agenda? But the truth is that we have more questions and we have more areas of exploration. But I would say that one of the practical areas in the conversation that in the Inter-American conference is doing is to start identifying or give greater visibility to these practical questions that emerge, and to have skinning the game, and um, with everything that is being participated, they are developing efforts, initiatives, uh, specific processes to generate to the right social housing, and this has to do with what I said. So if the housing, we cannot position it as an element that allows us to satisfy different dimensions in Social Security, we would have to have the capability to move resources from these sectors to materialize and translate concrete projects and that are good um, to do more with less, to have investment in housing and have impact, the multidimensional impact. But we need a condition, and because we have to measure that to make visible and add the data about the impact of the programs, of housing programs in our cities. That is the condition, and that is something we can do. And and this is something that we can do in the state. Um, so this is the Mexican logic, and it's subnational and at an added level. And this is a way to demonstrate this impact, aside from the impact in housing that I've seen only through this indicator. And if we do this task, uh, is going to lead us to mm, have resources, but also to develop a public-private joint. So for the right housing, social housing, that has an impact, that has a demonstrated housing. And the cherry of the cake is the way we can add these impacts can be more or less the framework, universal accepted framework and agreed by the states of the ODSs. This impact that is social and is measured through the ODSs or the international standards objectives, and the development standard objectives. And I'd like to talk to you about financing of urban sustainable development, development of housing, and location of these these development standards, and through the Social Security. We're very happy to work through Infonavit. And I want to thank you for the kind invitation to invite us to be in this space. As an introduction, as an opening, you can count in Latin America. Latin America and the Caribbean can count on Mexico from now on, and the conclusions that can emerge, concrete action lines of this conversation. Thank you, overall. Thank you, everyone. My greeting to Oscar Vela, representative of Infonavit, and my greetings from Rio de Janeiro. Thank you so much, Dr. Joaquin Velasquez, for his welcoming address. We've concluded this way, this opening table. We'd like our audience to please give us some moments while we do some adjustments to go to our first working table. Thank you, everyone, and welcome. We'll start soon.
buenos días.
Good morning. Good morning. Welcome everyone to this forum of housing and social security, international experiences. And we will give continuity to this second panel, which is entitled Social Security and Access to Housing, the case of Mexico and Ecuador. And I'd like to thank you. I'd like to thank the Secretary General, Mr. Belarca, and the presence of the Underdirector of Infonavit and Oscar Vela Treviño, and then the General Manager of CISS and Jorge Muñoz Torres. And we are going to have a presentation. So would like to give you the CV of Oscar Vela. So he can present the case of Social Security in Mexico and housing. So Oscar Velo Revilla studied licensing in the autonomous technological in Mexico between 2004, obtained a master's and PhD by the Chicago University and banking and macroeconomy, and it has contributed to public policy and financial policy in different institutions of the Mexican state, and is an investigator in the central bank. And after finishing his studies, he had different positions in the Ministry of Finance, where we can underscore the head of the unit of insurance, pensions, and social security. As a representative of the Ministry of Finance, Dr. Vela has been president of the Board of Governors of the National Commission for Pensions and for Finance, and ISTE, and the board. Then Dr. Vela was also an economist in investments for emerging markets, for investments, Barclays, Capital in New York, and in the academic environment, Dr. Vela has provided public finances and also macroeconomy. So therefore, I'd like to give the floor Oscar Vela Treviño. Hello, and thank you for the invitation. No, we cannot hear. This is a great pleasure to be here. Thank you, Alvaro, again. Thank you for this organization and the summit and summoning us here. I also would like to greet Jorge Munoz, that comes from Ecuador. Last week, I had the chance of being in Quito in an event organized by Minister Aguilera, together with and where they touched topics regarding financing, like progress in housing and progress that are having in Ecuador. So it's a great privilege to share the panel with Jorge. And if you support me, we have some slides. And so I'd like to talk about Mexico and the case of Infonavit and how Social Security works, and see, and what is the focus, and from Infonavit, what is the focus that we have, and also in this topic, and so everybody that is with us virtually talking to us can give us. So here we're talking about these slides that have been prepared for us. Thank you so much. And please go ahead with the next slide. Yes. The main goal of these slides, and we're going to take 10, 25 minutes for this. On the one hand, we're going to put in the context of Social Security, and in the case of Mexico, so I'd like to talk to you about the dimension on approximation to the right follow-up and specific examples of programs and policies that we've developed in the next few years and have to do with this vision. This is the plan of this presentation, and it was mentioned in the opening session. We have to conceive housing as a human right, and in that sense, we have to upload it at par of health. When we talk about Social Security in Mexico, we have a lot of progress in this, and from the constitutional arrangement and arrangement on Social Security in the country, that is the law of Infonavit of 1972, created by the Institute to create the funds assigned to housing. And after that, after the expansion of the Social Security of pensions, the system for the IMSS and the retirement, and so to create the savings for retirement funds for the main component, and the Social Security level that is formal in individual accounts for everything that has to do with housing. So this trilogy is well established. It's a stable arrangement that puts housing in matters of Social Security. And in Mexico, we know the contributions that have been given to Social Security in a three manner. And so last time in 2022, the average was taken as a basis for the quotes for the approximately, and that they're quoting in the Social Security gathered represent 28.4% of this salary that is assigned for the provision of these rights of health, pension, and housing. A part it goes to IMSS and the contributions of the government, of people that cover maternity and life, work, work, and then something else that goes to pensions, to the sub accounts, and for people that are senior citizens and old age, they are individual can manage by the retirement funds. And there we have 5% of the basis wage that is gathered, contributed by the bosses. This is the contribution of employers and is gathered from the national payroll and is dedicated. And then we are here in Infonavit, and so here from we have financing tools, and this is very important. And this is very relevant to be able to have and a stable flow of financing for housing, individual accounts of people, and every month. So they are dedicated exclusively to that they are financing housing, and if they're not used, they can use it for their pensions. And then the next one, we can see that we can refer here to the participation of the opening address, like the discussion of housing. And this is an aspect that is multidimensional. Sometimes it's difficult to talk about the sense of all the elements that have to do with housing, but we do see it in this slide where having housing in the right way is what the UN foresees as a direct impact in health. And it has a provision of the right services, hygiene, drinking water, construction that how the environmental load, temperature of housing and materials it's built can promote health of people that live. So that has a repercussion in the health of people living this housing. So there's a direct dimension related to a stable health of people that live in the route housing. The education element that is set forth here as the space where the place where we live and we develop turns also in a place where we form ourselves, and it's shown in this slide, and we've all lived, people and children doing homework in the kitchen table, but education, more than education and school loads, is in the family and the house where the cosmovision we have in the region has, and in the community where we want to participate, and education happens there in the house. So having the right housing has a repercussion of people. The right housing also has to allow us to enable and allow to have other activities, for example, thinking about senior citizens, those that live with people in our family and our senior citizens and require care. They have to have right housing, to have accessibility, so people that have some disability can live in the house and be cared for. The people that live with them in the house, but that the infrastructure to get there, to live there, will allow these care activities. And this is a dimension that has to be conceived also from housing. And a topic that's important at work, and Elgin referred to the transformation we had in the pandemic period, where people, because of need and obligation, had to work from their homes. And that is like a mere example. In Mexico, we have a lot of houses where the family business operates in the same household, and that's the work that is done. So work and leisure time is a dimension that seems to be obvious to be said, but if it's not visible, we don't underscore it as an opportunity that we should have when we think about housing that is going to be sold or financed. We could have errors, but we can see these elements that have to do with productivity at a society level. How does the institute operate? Here, the arrangement, institutional arrangement. Next. The institutional arrangement we have in Mexico, as I said, we had these contributions of employers, that's 5% of the payroll. And look at the sizes, like the Mexican one that has the 20 largest in the world. We have 1 million of people registered, of employers registered in Mexico. This is the number of employers that are at IMSS and Infonavit affiliating their workers. And halfway, if we have 22.6% workers that are affiliated, of which 5% of the payroll is dedicated every month to the institute, we're talking annually of 135 million pesos that come to the institute and are individualized in the account of workers. This is stable, powerful in the source of financing that allows us to have an important source of, and we capture this money and we lend it for housing solutions. On the right hand side, you have there the accrued, what's been accrued from the creation of the institutes. And of today, it's 12.6 million for the purchase of housing and enhancements in housing. Since the institute was born, from there we have 6.9 that are managed actively, and we have a temporary 50%, and now We have one halfway. Uh, we have the activity of credit provision that's best explained in the last 2 decades, and notably in this administration than in the rest of Infonavit. That was the and so if they're managing these credits, then um, now we have to take the savings and individualize it for credits for housing, and we have credit recoveries. So differently from a bank, that we're not a bank, but we do have some regulations that are demanded by the Ministry of Finance and the National Banking Securities Commission that are similar to banks in mortgage loans. The institute is not a bank per se.
In the traditional sense, we do not take the so-called deposits outside that any person can withdraw at any moment. That distinguishes us noticeably from a bank where we keep all our payrolls or our savings. The saving can only be used for mortgage credit or to withdraw it in the moment of pension. So our recovery of credits is distinguished from that of banks in an essential way. Where Articles 71 in the legislation says that the institution needs to have a social collection element, which means that differently from banking, we need, as an institution, we need to offer all the opportunities as possible for people in order to keep the payment of their housing during the 30 years where the law allows to have an open credit. That is important. The traditional banking system says that in the first 90 days, when you have a delay in the payments of your mortgage, and it means stop paying 1 peso of what you had to pay for the collection of the bank, then the bank indicates as a delay and has rights, contractual rights to exert actions to recover the guarantee for which they lease you money, and the financial system that works like that. And the banks have that logics. The institute has the obligation to offer an opportunity if the person cannot pay in full to ask for an extension or to offer a restructuration, to offer rates or to a change of the currency, or to try that the person in the understanding that the people may change as the labor condition along their life so they can keep a flow of payment to the institution without the existence of pressure that they will be removed from their house or that they will be retired from them. There's been several stages in the institute, but in this administration, we are intended to carefully use and the most as possible to apply Article 70. So we have the recovery of credits, and there the message needs to be understood that this is a mutuality that people needs to pay for their homes. We also depend on the fact that people pay for the credit they are receiving in order to give benefits to all other people who have a saving before Infonavit and may not use them for housing, and they may need the money for their time when they retire. So this stays, the circle is as functional and virtuous as long as the most of the people who own can pay the credit funded to them by the institute. There are resources that, in spite of the fact that of the credit offering, are not under a credit, and those are resources accumulated in the institute, and we have a unit dedicated to the investment of this surplus in different types of values, in government debt, corporate companies debt, titles in foreign countries, and infrastructure projects. And today we have approximately 600,000 million pesos in this fund, where as long as it is not used for housing because people have not qualified for those points or have not a credit, or they are waiting because of the houses and an offering of the housing production. And maybe they are in a high price. So then people decide not to take the credit with the institute. So the money continues to be accumulated and is invested with a specific benefit that is given to the workers. And that is the part in the bottom of the right of the slide. All the money that comes back to the institute, either as a collection of credits that we give or as interest from the investments we make, is distributed in the annual benefit to all the housing accounts. It is given back to the workers. That subcount of housing is visible in their balance of statements in the Afore of all workers. Every worker registered before an Afore can identify how much money is going into their accounts, and also how much money they get in their housing account and the interest paid by the institute in these sub accounts. And this money in the housing sub account, if it is not used for a credit at the end of the labor life of the worker, is increasing the pension that they will receive, either that it is a pension as indicated in the law for the system of saving for retirement, or if they have not reached the period to get a minimal guaranteed pension, to get pension for an income for life, then that money goes back. If there is the case, if there is a denial of pension for the person, then the money goes back in full to the people saving that money. And that is the way the institute works. The institutional arrangement, and I know that later on we will have colleagues from Singapore who will tell us about the model they have about the Providence Fund, but I can tell you that this model is emblematic in Latin America. We have important examples in Brazil, as well as in Colombia, about similar funds. But this model that, if you notice, there are no public funds, no budget or expenses of the federation involved in this model of funding, but it is the employers given the saved money, and which is sent to credits or invested in values. It is a mechanism that has proven to be a virtuous mechanism for the accumulation of resources and the possibility to generate funding for housing. It has had stability, relative stability along the years. And for instance, most recently, this is an arrangement of law. The law states that no matter what happens in the financial markets, we need to offer a benefit rate, as Article 39 of our legislation states, that is minimally to the inflation in the country, the inflation rate. We need to at least cover that in the benefits we give. That is what our legislation provides. So in a time like after pandemics, where the volatility of the markets was very relevant at the worldwide level and also in Mexico, and for instance, where the managers of Afores were presented less value in the accounts of retirement, and they had losses, and in some cases they affected the workers. In the institute, we are forced by law that in moments like that to pay a minimal guaranteed benefit, which is at least the same as inflation rate. So then it becomes a kind of contracyclic element that protects the social security savings of people. So this is the arrangement that we have about the mechanism of funding and the way the institute operates. And if we go to the next slide to tell us what we have done to land the focus of right to housing in this context of social security. And this is where it becomes interesting, because those are important discussions in the Institute about what should be the structure of the credits we give and the way we collect them. So in this administration, In 2020, there was an important reform in the institute law legislation where in order to move to guarantee the right of housing, to housing, we have privileged a central element, which is trying to have far more flexibility in the type of products that we offer to the benefit holders. What I mean by this is that we can put in contrast with the more aggregated history of the Institute, where the only product by excellence that the Institute had was a loan for the acquisition of a house, and more particularly, a recently built house. And that in the language of Institute is line 2, traditional credit. And for many years, it was practically the only credit that the Institute would give, in a vision where the Institute had to be a factor of push of national production of housing and therefore the economic development, a narrative that could have had some virtues, but it had harmful effects because of the overproduction and the form and the quality of the housing being built for many years. So the inflexibility in the type of products being offered is broken with this reform in 2020, and now we can offer different lines of funding, not only for new housing, but we are also lending money for existing house, but also for a house that can be built in a land owned by the benefit holder or a relative of them. And this is important as well for the improvement of the house. And now we have a slide where that is a real need that of refurbishing a house, and that is from data collected from the National Survey of Housing that we have co-founded together with INEGI, and we identified that the housing needs go far beyond buying a new home, but it has to do with improving the house where you live or self-produce a house with assistance, but also produce it in order to meet the needs of housing. So in the first axis, in the increase of lines of funding, this subject in the bottom left to fund for auto production and improvement is one of the most important axes that we have promoted, and that opens a new range of products offered in the Institute. And the element in the top that reads attention to population without an active labor relation is also very important. I was telling you that we have a little bit more than 70 million individual accounts, which is a big universe when thinking about the population in the country. 70 million accounts is a lot, especially if we compare that there are 22 million of those accounts that are active in a formal relation today. And as we all know, the labor market in our country, in the region, and in general in the world, the labor market is explained by people who may be in a formal job and registered before Easter or Infonavit, but sometimes also generate an income in a work of self-employment, or they pay taxes directly to CISS, but they are not paying contribution to Social Security. And sometimes also after working formally in some job, they work informally and they have income for their subsistence. So here with the 2020 reformation, there was an acknowledgement that there are people having a sub-account at Infonavit who save resources for a period of their life. And that money, instead of being condemned to only being able to be retired until the 60 years of age with an attempt of pension. Now we have products of credits for improvement where people can use these savings, even if in this moment they do not have an active labor relation. So the idea of a benefit holder is not related to the fact that the benefit holder forcefully needs to be given participation before the organization if they have they have that character according to the past laws or the condition of a job or self-employment, so they can be a beneficiary. If you save voluntarily, you also become a benefit holder if you generate a housing account by your own. So it is important because opening the range of possibilities of funding and not only having a single product that will privilege only the construction of houses is to be closer to the actual need of people to meet their needs of housing. This second element that we say with more flexibility and freedom to decide on savings is also important. And again, the idea is to move from a single product with a single way of funding and to move towards more flexible structures that we know that respond to the needs of the labor market, like a lack of inequalities of payment for gender or participation in the labor market that we have documented that made that as an average, a man, because of their stay in the formal job, accumulates savings faster and the points to get a credit because of a matter of an equality in the labor market. So the labor market with those inequalities that we know was reflected in the lack of access simultaneously to the credit between men and women. So we have generated products to make these inequalities visible and generating credits for, in a way, to correct these elements in the labor market. And the subject of joining the credit, which is something that the law also allows us in this notion of being more flexible, that is also anecdotic in the first conversations that we had with our benefit holders. Many fathers or grandfathers said, I have my savings of the institute. People with 50 or 60 years of age, they would say, have my savings, but I don't want to wait until I am 65, but my son is working. Could it be that I donate or to join my account with that of my son so he can buy his house? And that type of conversations have made that we generate products in that regard. Again, the idea is to be flexible, and we have this product called Let Us Join a Credit so that people who may be relatives, but they may not necessarily be family. They may have a non-family link as long as they celebrate a contract and they co-participate to get a credit. Then we have these programs of Let Us Join Credit. The flexibility on the side of collection is important to guarantee the right to housing. The United Nations states that the security of ownership, and the notion behind that is that the people in episodes of unemployment or disease that prevents them from being paying their mortgage, and so they may not go in a difficult situation with a bank or letters or threats, and then you are in a situation where you think that you will lose your house and eventually may lose your house. There's been sometimes in the institute where sometimes the institute was very aggressive about this with massive and um, uh, massive removals from the homes, and we can categorically state that in our collection policies, the first element that we think in the institute is how to offer flexibility or restructuring to people. And the most emblematic example we have in this regard is this program called Share Responsibility. For many years, the Institute, the way it has given credits or originated credits was by calling the loan in the currency of minimum wage. In the year 2000, they would lend you 500,000 pesos for a house, but it was indexed to how many times that amount would represent in minimal wages. So let's say that it was 150 minimum wages. So the credit was given in that currency. And if the minimal wage would change as it does year after year and would increase 3 or 4%, as defined, and then the amount of this credit would increase as well as if the credit was indexed to inflation, or if it was granted in dollars. When the dollar rate exchange would change, then things would change. In this case, lending in units of minimal wage maybe gave access to many people to get the credit in a given moment, but along or after 14 years or 20 years, where with the growth of minimum wage that are not hand in hand with the actual development of the real benefit wages, then the debts increased and they became unpayable, literally. So then the element of including restructuring that could be thought as basic today, but changing the currency and now a credit indexed to the minimum wage and to express it in pesos. And if you owe me 150 monthly minimum wages, let us go back to the fact that you owe me 500,000 pesos, and that would not increase with any index of inflation or minimum wage. And then they can be lower and lower as you pay your monthly fees. That, by the way, is the way that most of mortgage credits work in the world. Then that is a program that was promoted in this administration, and we have more than 1 million credits that have been that were generated in minimum wages, but have been transformed into pesos and credits that can be more payable. So then I would like to elaborate more about the logics of the people when they have a credit that they subscribe in 500,000 pesos, and then they have a debt of 1,200,000 in spite of keeping the payments. That is a very difficult situation for a family, and uncertainty and being uncertain about their property because their debt wouldn't grow. And stories like that, there are many, and the focus has been restructuring. In some cases, well, apply exemptions to the benefit to the debts and the new policy of social collection. A document was presented before our collegiate organisms and was approved, and it resides on this element of offering a flexibility, and we have a range of products in this regard. And finally, let us not leave aside that even if we can lend with more flexibility, different types of products to different types of people, and also being more tolerant in payment, we should not lose the point that closes the cycle. That collection is important, and investment of the savings is also important because the law forces us to give a benefit to the housing sub-account. So that gives or should give a balance to the financial solvency of the institute in the long term that would allow it to continue to be an engine for promoting funding on housing ahead. An additional example, this is Infonavit as a promoter of other rights. But more particularly, I would like to talk about, I would start by the middle, the areas of urban consolidation. It is very important to care the quality of the housing being funded. I was given the example in a rapid way that if there is funding to build a housing development 40 kilometers away from the urban center, where there is no public lighting or public transportation or sewage system, those developments are condemned to the fact that that house would be literally abandoned as a problem that exists in the case of Mexico, or even worse, they are not abandoned, but they are used by elements that are become difficult to manage by the government because of subjects of social security and organized crime subject issues. Of course, it is important that the housing to be funded, and what the institute has made as of the Reformation was to create rules that are materialized in these zones of urban consolidation where there are parameters directly on any house or land law that might be subject of funding for the institute. Well, we build around the geolocation of this house that is in a radius of less than 2 kilometers. There must be transportation, at least satisfactory of adequate housing, including a center institute, a center of spare time like a park, and a commercial center like a market. So if we have the information in the record of housing and the platform created in the credit platform, we generate this idea that we should not fund houses outside of these urban consolidation areas. Because, thank you, because like this, we would contribute to a larger problem and putting that house in the risk of losing value and eventually, even beyond the fact that the credit cannot be paid, that can become a social problem. So we have mapped the whole country in this regions, and now we can only give a loan for houses inside those zones. Now, the recovered or abandoned housing, the abandoned houses or that were no longer paid and it came back to the institute, we have programs we are working with local governments in order to reinsert that house to the communities again before regenerating the infrastructure work done with the local governments so that those houses may not fall in the circle of the composition they are in. So we have another program in that regard. And as Elgin said, it is important to have planning. We are co-funding with ONU Habitat, but also directly with the municipal governments, intending more than 120 million pesos to 50 plans of ordinance and urban planning so that the areas and uses of land to be thought with far more order so that the house to be built there is intended to gain value. And in that regard, of course, our guarantees and that of our benefit holders are better. And then I conclude my presentation after visiting this axis of flexibility and elements of a specific policy that have an incidence on how we give the credits and how we collect them. And to tell you that it is very important, very, very important to base the decisions on data that are not only obtained from public elements and known like national surveys, etc., but also to listen directly to the benefit holders in the field or through focuses or specialized groups and visits to listen exactly what their housing needs are to adequate these housing needs or demand the compliance with the elements of adequate housing of the United Nations. And on the basis of that, design the way we will continue to give credits and collect them. So start from here to understand that not everything is wrong to think that the housing deficits, that everything had to be covered with newly built house. To abandon this idea that has been important, and we are intended to understand that people need to self-produce or improve the house they have, and when they need to buy, they can also have funding for in this regard, either that they have an active job in this moment, or if they had it, or if they are in an intermittency between the formal job and a self-employment job. Flexibility It is an important element, and not to lose sight and to land them in the adequate housing elements of the United Nations. That is something that Infonavit has been intended to, and that is what we think that it is the future of the provision of housing for the system. And with this, I will conclude the experience of the Mexican case, and in very particular in the case of Infonavit Institute, on how we are working. Thank you very much.
We want to thank Dr. Porter Vela, Under Director of Communication and Taxation, for this interesting presentation and underscore that the National Housing Policy and the Infonavit Plan both are aligned to the ODSs. So, Doctor, thank you. So to the SDGs, he is general manager of VIDES, and I'd like to read his curriculum. Magister Jorge Muñoz Torres has academic titles of third and fourth level in the applied economy level obtained in foreign universities. He's a professional with more than 40 years experience in the financial, banking, and productive sectors. Magister Jorge Muñoz received the Amazon Bank, was VP of Citibank and Bilan Banco, and had managerial functions in banking entities, public and private, such as the Congoragua Bank, Banco del Austro, and Bank of America, Finansur, and Foster Bank. He's also part of the directory of the private banks of Ecuador. In the economic productive environment, he was manager of companies such as Rio Tinto, Acambaltec Ecuador, Favorite Fruit Companies, among others. He worked as an economic attaché in agriculture and livestock. He was also in Arca Continental, worked in Mexico. His experience and professionalism in the productive environment led him to the academic environment. Now he teaches at universities in the School of Business of the Pacifico University, Universidad del Pacífico. Magister, we'd like to invite you to this panel and this forum with a presentation of DBS under the framework of Social Security. We'd like to give you the floor. Welcome. Good morning. Thank you so much for the invitation. It's an honor to participate in a topic that is so important and dear to my heart in the daily work and that concerns mostly all of our people in Latin America and mostly in Ecuador. The Ecuadorian Bank of Social Security in Ecuador was created in 2009 as in order to be the executing arm to foster housing and other financial services for benefit holders on Social Security. And the structure, as established, is the Ecuadorian Institute of Social Security, is a ruling agent of Social Security in Ecuador, and has the executing arm in loans and financial products through the VIDES, that is the Social Security Institute. And it was created in 2009 in order to be an investment bank. In order, the organic law entitled it to have products of investment banking and also intervene and be a ruling axis in values in Ecuador, and also provide attention of affiliates that are active and those affiliates that are retired. Our main responsibility is to manage the funds generated by Social Security, pension funds, health funds, death, disability. These are 12 funds on Social Security, and we also manage other funds of the public sector. There are 39 funds, and the total of the funds, accrued funds to date, are 24 billion US dollars that are equal to around 23% of the GDP of the country, and focused in the solutions to the affiliates. In the last week, we communicated and we made public the census of the population in Ecuador, and we are 16,900,000 Ecuadorians with an average of 3.5 people per family, and that gives us a 4.5 million households in Ecuador, with a deficit of housing that is more or less 1 or 2 million homes, and we're talking about 45% in general terms in the population, because we don't have our own housing, and in the less income extracts, the proportion increases by further. We also establish a mechanism of rediscount of financial private institutions, and also this is an element of financing that is more that is closer to the population, that are Guayaquil and Cuenca. And to give an example, the market share of the bank in housing, we only have financial products that are four, basically. These are the ones with great importance: mortgages, unsecured loans, consumer loans, and also secured loans that are a loan that doesn't have to be affiliate to have access. And from these, we have to date, we've granted mortgage loans to 631,000 families, or credit transactions that have been granted in the accrued history of BIDES. This is our bank. In dollar terms, it gives us around 11 million dollars that have been disbursed. The average of the housing is around 60,000 US dollars per housing, and we have several types of mortgages assigned to support to productive activities or loans. We have a category that is less than 90,000 US dollars, that is a preferred home or social security, and that has a differentiated rate in the market at the time. They have that rules for these loans. That's what we try to foster, is 5.99%. That's the interest rate per year on the loan. And it's important to underscore an important topic in our case of Ecuador, because our official currency is the US dollar. And that has helped stabilize the economy, and that has allowed also to extend the terms, and that before the dollarization in 2099-2000, the terms, the long terms didn't exist in Ecuador. The long term was considered 3 to 5 years. And today, our loans, mortgage loans, are loans to up to 25 years, with a financing of up to 90% of the housing. And we also finance the purchase of land, We finance commercial or merchant venues in order to support the affiliate to complement his economic activity or to be the main players in their economic activities. Insured parties, and that's something we have to take into account, of the 16,990,000 of Ecuadorians that have the last result of the population census, we have market share of around 4,700,000 people insured, of which 3,700,000 are active and others are retired. And what's important and the challenge we have is that the 4 million Ecuadorians affiliated that contribute to Social Security, only 1.5 million of them, 1.5 million have one transaction, a great transaction with us. And that leaves us some space of 65 to 68% of a space for growth to satisfy the housing or working capitals for the activities of the affiliate. And we also have a project to incorporate 1,200,000 migrant Ecuadorians that live in other parts of the world, mainly concentrated in Spain and Italy. We are also creating an application for mobile banking to provide remote access to these Ecuadorians to loans, because the typical migrants leave the country because of lack of opportunities from their orange country, and their goal is to go back to their home with their own home. So we're adapting our policies, our rules to support this return and allow the dream to come true of these Ecuadorians with the remittances that they send to their country of origin, in this case, Ecuador. They're around 3.6 billion US dollars a year sent through Ecuadorian remittance from the migrants living abroad. And part of it can be applied to financing and purchase of housing on behalf of migrants because of their stay and legal status in the countries where they're living. They have problems to have a formal banking service or to be bankable, and being the delivery of remittances be expensive, the cost of the transfer sometimes costs a lot of money. And we're participating in this market because it's going to be a critical success factor where they'll be able to generate savings, not only in financial terms and financial costs, but also savings for their home. That is their home dream, the dream of all the Ecuadorian migrants. We also have this topic related to local market share, because we as a bank, we drive the Social Security, and we have 30% of the real estate market in Ecuador as one institution. And the difference is financed with about 24 private banks and 1,200 credit cooperatives that are important, small organizations that provide credit, and they are part of the Ecuadorian real estate loan provisioning. So private banks in 2023 have contributed with around 6% of the market, of the real estate market. Their portfolio is approximately $2.5 billion, and the cooperatives in mortgages. They have 7%, $2.8 billion in finished housing, in the finished housing concept. The plan we have with these, the plan that we have as a scope and market share penetration of beneficiaries, because it's a core and mandatory requirement to be part. You have to be part of Social Security to be an affiliate and to be a beneficiary. And we also comply with goals to reduce the gap of the housing deficit in Ecuador. And therefore, with the strategy that we're setting forth is getting into the digital transformation of the bank to have better experience by users, like the current and potential clients. And we only cover 34% of the clients or of the affiliates that are bank clients. So the potential of growth is by far higher. So we've incurred at the beginning in the digital transformation of the bank and offer. And we hope next year we'll implement the digital transformation, the digital platform that has an app, a mobile app or a web app, and that to facilitate access and interaction of migrants, because the customer's position is irrelevant, like the digital transformation. And we also have the challenge of being able to help Social Security. We also have an obligation and a mandate to manage the funds for Social Security. And we also have an established goal set by law that we have to give a minimum wage because of the funds invested. And like my peer before me that spoke in this panel, the BS, our bank is not a typical bank. The BISDs doesn't have current account, doesn't have savings accounts, doesn't have certificates of deposits. The liabilities are the contributions of the funds and the money collected by us and ES, by the Social Security in Ecuador, to fund these mortgage loans, basically as secure loans. And the main goal is to be able to close the gap, not only in the deficit of housing, but also reach greater participation of beneficiaries with the products that we can offer them. And all of these as a social interest, we're also contributing to bank penetration. It's important that we have presence in all the provinces in the country, covering the urban area and the rural areas. And the same difficulties happen with the financing of rural housing due to lack of basic services. It's difficult to collect, and we have to take into account the phenomena that we suffered in 2020 that had an impact of slowdown of the credits and also an increase in the delinquent portfolio. And we've done plans to flexibilize and restructuring of the loans to ensure that the affiliate will continue having their home and don't lose their home, also having the possibility of extending the loan terms and improving their conditions as a result of the pandemic. And we have the threat that this year will have the El Nino effect, and we'll face this phenomenon. And we hope that it will not be so harmful as the effect of the pandemic that increased the delinquent portfolio, in particular in mortgages. Nevertheless, with the flexibilization that we've done, we've been able to support and best manage risk, credit risk. And in future plans, as I mentioned, we're talking about the future penetration. We're taking into account migrants and taking into account the expansion of the penetration of housing. And we have agreements with the private sector, with the real estate promoters and builders to close the gap this year. Our goal is $800 million of placement in mortgage loans. And that gives us around 10, 11 thousand solutions this year. And we hope that with the support of digital technology, we'll be able to reach more penetrate, more citizens that don't have access to bank mortgage loans. Very briefly, this is what we're doing. We have agreement with the public sector and private sector. We also have the interest of the international banks in order to finance and support the financing of the liquidity that the bank might need for its future growth. The mechanism we would be using very likely is kind of loans that are secure loans. We also have good perspective in this regard, and the contribution, we want to close the gap of housing deficits. And also, this is a notorious information and challenging information because 2 million houses with deficit is a very large challenge to achieve. And basically, this is what we have done. The creation of the bank, a bank that's an investment bank, a specialized bank that is specializing in mortgage loans, in particular, contributing in particular to the creation of housing and at the same time, the creation of jobs, because the construction industry is the one that generates more jobs in our country and is one of the most important contributors to the country's GDP. This is all. This is what I can share with you on the goal, why the bank was created, and what are we doing today? What are we thinking of doing in the immediate future? Thank you, Mr. Magister. There is one question. We wanted to tell you this question because it's twofold. It's for Infonavit and for the BS. How much are the contributions of Social Security in percentual points for the workers, employer, and state? This is for Mexico and Ecuador. And how much of the total is assigned to housing? So I don't know if you'd like to start here in Mexico, Dr. Oscar Vela. The specific contribution is 5% of the base wage of the employee. This is how we measure in Mexico. And this 5% and the contribution is done by the employer, is not done by the government, employee and employer. It is dedicated to housing. And in average, contributions to Social Security reach 28% of the base loan wages, and in pensions. And maybe we can send you in a specific note with a specific contribution in topic of pensions. since before 2020, the contribution for the effective pensions was 6% of basis point, that approximately 1.25 was done by the person, 1.5, 1.25 was done by the worker, approximately 3.5, 3.70 was done by the employer, the rest was done by the state through a contribution and through a subsidy that was called a social fee. This is how the contribution worked regarding pensions. And on health, it is there, it varies more regarding health, but the most important insurance, that is maternity and diseases or for health, is paid basically by the employer. I don't have the percentages here handy, but I could confirm them with the Mexican Social Security Institute, and we'll send them to you. And this is how the configuration of the fees is made up of. Thank you, Doctor. And Mr. Magister, if you would like to answer the question. Yes, the contribution to Social Security. I cannot hear you. Yes, I can hear you. Hi, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Yes, yes, we can hear you. The contributions of Social Security on behalf of the employer to Social Security includes the contribution of the company as one. The employer has is 20.5%, and the affiliate, the employee, contributes 9.45%, leaving 11.15 on behalf of the employer. So this is assigned to health and death, disability, and there's no special contribution for housing, but that's the main purpose and goal of a creation of the SBDES Bank, of the Social Security Institute Bank, to manage the funds that are generated by ES and make important investments in the different products, basically in mortgage loans that are the star product we promote to 25 years and has a privilege rate. And it's not a subsidy, it's a rate that is always between 3 and 4% under the active preferred rate in the country. The rate that we give is 3-4% lower, and the term is longer than the average in the market, making it more appealing for those that want to acquire housing. And that's the structure we have in Ecuador. We thank you for your answer, Jorge Munoz. And then we are going to end this panel. We want to thank Infonavit, that is co-organizer of this forum. We want to thank ES for their presence, and we continue with Connected for the next panel, Thank you. Good day, and we thank you for your presence to this housing forum, Social Security's International Experiences. We give continuity to the second panel, that is international experiences of policies and housing. We have the presentation of Carmen Trilla with the topic Integral Vision of the Right of Housing on Public-Private Associations, the case of Barcelona. After that, we have architect Raul Valles with the topic Access to Housing as a Right to the city, the case of Uruguay. And after that, we have in the third place the sociologist Felipe Link with the topic affordable housing and subsidy programs to leasing in the case of Chile. So, on behalf of the Inter-American Social Security Bank and Infonavit, we want to thank you for your presence. And we go to the participation, recorded participation of Carmen Trilla.
Well, I will give an overview. I will read the overview of Carmen Trilla, and I will contextualize her participation. Carmen Trilla is an economist, a former Minister of Housing in Catalonia. She has been private consultant in subjects related with the housing sector from the social, economic, and public policies view, participating in different universities and specialized magazines with papers and studies on housing matters. Economist Carmen Trilla is the author of different books on the real estate market and the incidence of the housing policies in the demand and the residential needs of society. Carmen Trilla has cooperated with Caritas Barcelona in social housing and inclusion projects, and she's the head of Habitat 3, manager of leasing, housing, and the Metropolitan Institute for Barcelona, pushed by the four competent areas in the metropolitan territory of Barcelona. So this is an interesting case, given that she has linked the housing with the social sector and especially with institutions, municipal institutions. It is very interesting, and we hope that it can serve for the region.
Buenos días.
Good
Muchas
morning.
gracias.
Thank you very much to Infonavit and CISS for inviting me to participate in this Latin American Forum on accessible social housing through the private public cooperation to provide housing to those who need it the most and who may not have access to the market conditions. I am the president of the Habitat 3 Foundation, which is a foundation created by what we call the table of the third sector. That is to say, all the entities working without the intention of profit, or NGOs in Catalonia. And in 2014, 2015, decided to create this foundation to help the public administration to provide accessible and social housing to the most vulnerable and excluded people in the market. And I will present you a PowerPoint presentation that will help us to view what Habitat 3 is, and also the agreement celebrated with the private sector, and specifically in this case with the city of Barcelona, in programs where we participate and cooperate. Let us see. Well, as I was telling you, the Habitat 3 Foundation, we are focused on the people with more vulnerability. The management in the next year, we will have 10 years of being constituted, and we work in social media and public administrations to guarantee the right to housing of most vulnerable people. In the board of the foundation, we have representatives from federations of social entities, of disabilities, mental health, of psychic disability of vulnerable people. Those are the ones forming our board. And according to the studies made by experts in Spain, Habitat 3 would be one of the few entities created with this goal, as I have explained, and that are similar to what in Europe are the housing associations, as organizations that work in parallel or in a complementary or supplementary way with the public administration, and therefore combine the experience of the third sector with the experience and the resources of the public sector. Habitat 3 was born, obviously, because we had an important deficit of social housing in Spain, and we have a 1.6% of the main housing intended to social leasing, while the average in Europe is 15%, and the social expense in Spain is very low. It wouldn't reach 1.1 of GDP, while in Europe is the 1.6%. And we have registries of applicants of protected housing, which are more or less 400,000 homes nowadays, which is the potential users of social leasing housing. We have rates of young people who are reaching the 30 years of age, and then we have lived the social drama, which is the losses of housing because of because of people having to leave because they cannot leave, cannot pay the leasing or the mortgage. We have important figures of people without home and also homes with no income. Therefore, we created Habitat 3 and in order to get housing to cover these deficits that I have just commented. A way Habitat 3 works is by getting houses through the acquisition, the cession of the use that I will comment later on, or new promotions of housing, or new work or rehabilitating buildings that were intended for other purposes. With this housing, we offer housing to the most vulnerable people, and we give them an accompaniment in their process of autonomy. To do this, we rehabilitate the houses in cooperation with companies. In this moment, we have more than 900,000 houses, 175 in property. The rest are either given or leased to third parties, and they house 1,600 people from them. We have 134 intended to social entities, well, not necessarily to final user having a relation with us, but a social entity that in turn puts a user in that house, one user of whom to whom they accompany, and we have some others with the municipality of Catalonia. In the map on the right, you can see this distribution in the territory in the municipalities with whom we have an agreement, and 37 of them are accompaniment projects. Who lives in our houses? Well, people who normally, in the case of the municipalities, people who have lost their homes and are proposed by the tables of emergencies or social services from the different municipalities. Those are especially vulnerable people related to or directly related to social entities. This is more or less the profile of the families. 38% of them are mononuclear families, so 6% unipersonal, 45% of them single parent families, and the rest is extended families. The average income of those families are 623 euros per month, and the leasing is of 120 euros they pay every month. This is a social leasing complemented by social entities or by the municipalities themselves. Going into the what I was asked to do in this participation, which is the public-private co-assistance, I will explain you two types of agreements that the municipality is working with and how we are participating as a private organization. One is the SAL agreement with social entities devoted to leasing, and that is an agreement to provide the use of social housing through the granting of soil land use throughout NGOs for the municipality of Barcelona. And we'll elaborate later on this, and then the agreement of empty flats, which is an agreement to provide empty flats promoted by the municipality of Barcelona for social leasing for people in situation of vulnerability. The first is mainly to create new houses in the public land, and the second is to provide housing to people who are empty, that are empty or in a process of being vacated, to intend them to the groups with problems of social reinsertion. The agreement, the SAL, comes from an analysis of the specific situation of the city of Barcelona, with some 1,200 people living in the streets and more than 10,000 people being removed from their home since 2011. And this is a concern on the attention to the basic needs of people. There are other indicators, those of energy, poverty, and silent evacuations that expel people from the city, and this turns this as an essential priority of the SAL agreement and the mayor office. And this establishes a public-private social communitary cooperation agreement to respond to the needs I have just commented. It is a right of surface in benefit of the GDPs is constituted. And like this, we bet to made agile the protected public park. That is not only the public sector promoting new houses, but that branch of GDPs cooperating with the administration in the production of houses in that regard. The initial goal was to promote in the short term 1,000 houses, and in the agreement we have the participation of the Association of Cooperatives in Catalonia, the coordinator of social housing Cohabitat, and the association, which is the network of Solidarity Economy, where the social economy and companies are inserted in, and also the mayor office of Barcelona, public entity, and the Association of Social Housing Promoters. And these areas are assets of patrimonial character, and they are distributed directly, and they are transmitted to NGOs, because of the Catalonia legislation allows us to have a direct assignation can be done without the need of a contest. The design of agreement gives more expeditiousness to grant the use of land in the long term by the social entities, and simultaneously we pretend to promote the fabric of the social economy. What are the conditions of an agreement to participate for the NGOs to participate? Well, there's a zero cost for land if there's no payment for land during the mortgage of the funding of the project. And then as of the year 25, the entities will pay a symbolic amount to the city mayor when they have a net positive income, and also to return 7% the cost of promotion. That is also uh, given back or paid back after the third year after the mortgage of the loan. We need to say that these are complementary actions to the actions on the mm, houses to be built in public land. They also receive a pension as long as the promotion of the state plans or the autonomous community plans of housing. Therefore, we have a general sponsorship and then a 7% sponsorship from the city mayor, which in this case must be returned, and the others are not to be refunded. There's also a guarantee of payment of loan in order to give more guarantee to the funding entities, and a guaranteed funding that has been obtained through an agreement with public funding associations, ICO, the Official Credit Institute in Spain, the Institute of Funding in Catalonia, and the European Bank of Investment, because those are very resistant to fund protected leasing. Well, the criteria to participate in this allocations of public land have to do with the general interest, of course, and they promote the expeditiousness and industrialization in the construction of the houses, the technical capacity of entities, the guarantee of leasing prices that is adequate to the protected prices established by legislation to prevent the concentration in a few monitors, and to comply with the criteria of energy use and the promotion of community links. In this agreement, concretely, Habitat 3 is about to start a project of rehabilitation. In this case, it is not right on the surface of the land, but on a building. I forgot to tell you that these rights on the surface are for 75 or 80 years, which means that during this time, the social entity manages the building, but then it becomes a property of the city mayor office ownership. And then what we do is the rehabilitation of the building with houses, transforming the building that is also owned by the city mayor office, and we need to reintegrate. This will be for the people who need a house and also for entities, in this case of the Barceloneta neighborhood. And we will jointly work with 5 social entities. And then we have a period of 75 years, and we rehabilitated with guaranteed funding and with public pension. And then in these houses, the family is decided by the city mayor office, decide beyond those that we intend to social entities. The other agreement I have commented is that of empty houses. In this case, the idea is to get houses from the private market and to intend them to the use of social housing. So what we do is that Habitat 3 gets those empty houses from the private market, articulates agreements on the session of use, so that allow the leasing of the house to the beneficiaries in the situation of vulnerability, and therefore the relation between the private owner of the house and the Habitat 3 association. And after the rehabilitation, Habitat 3 puts them available to the city mayor office to decide who will live there. The interesting thing of this program is that the city mayor office gives the differential of the lease and the lease that the family can pay, um, and also includes the possibility of rehabilitate the empty flats. In either case, there is funding of works by with a 20% with no need to repay. And by the end of the leasing agreement, Habitat 3 returns the houses back in perfect conditions, which is a program that gives total guarantee of the owners to collect the lease no matter what happens in the house and to recover it in the proper conditions. With this program, we currently have 436 families served. Well, 350 families served in the year 2022 because we have 350 houses, but between 2015 and 2022, 436 families have lived in those houses, and we have a ranking. They have a social accompaniment that is given by this, where we have 55 families per every associated family, a worker associated to Habitat 3. In this moment, we have 1,227 families living in those houses. The average income is 626 euros. The leasing they pay is 137, and what we agree with the owners is 732. Therefore, the differential paid by the city mayor office is almost 600 euros per house. From those houses, 600 of them we have rehabilitated or we have made work of rehabilitation with an average investment of 12,000 euros and a monthly payment. And we work in a network with other social entities that have the mission to laborally insert people with difficulties to get a job in the normalized market, and that go into these projects in order to get an improvement in their capacity to have an income in the labor market from the generalized labor market. And for the social accompaniment, we have a network of social entities that we work with that you can see a list of here. Our future challenges, of course, are more houses. Our mission is to provide more houses through acquisition, cession, rehabilitation, or the construction of new ones. We are also working on new ways of housing and accompaniment according to the different situations of vulnerability that we are facing. We also want to go a little bit in the field of accessible houses, accessible to families who have increased their income but who cannot gain access to the market, but could live from a very social house to go to an accessible house for them. We are also working in new alliances in the sector, and we are improving our line of commitment, which is the social accompaniment of the preventive nature and center on the person facilitating their autonomy. This is a slide that gives the value to the agreements we have with all these city mayor offices, in addition to the area of Barcelona plus Catalunya, Generalitat, and the public administration, supralocal, and other municipalities that we have. And these are alliances with companies and institutions, either in the provision of houses, in the rehabilitation works, or directly in the capacity of work of Habitat 3. In 2019, we had the honor to receive the World Prize of Habitat, or United Nations Habitat, because of that program of empty houses in cooperation with social entities. This to us was an important acknowledgement, and we are so proud, as I have explained. And the hard work of the team of more than 50 people working in the foundation is recognized, and that's making possible everything I have explained. So thank you very much for this opportunity to explain you what we are doing, and we are more than open to any cooperation or comment or work meetings that you may need from us. Thank you very much again, and I hope that this forum is very fruitful to you all.
Bueno, siendo así, agradecemos a Carmen
We
Trilla.
wanted to thank Carmen Trilla for her participation on behalf of CISS and Infonavit. We thank you. This is an experience that feeds back how can the integration between the government and private entities regarding housing coexist. From here, we want to thank you all the way to Barcelona. Next, the time has come for Raul Valles to speak about the housing center of the Universidad of the University of Uruguay, the access to housing as a right within the city. This is a case of Uruguay. I'm going to talk about his resume. Next, we'll give the floor to Raúl Valles. First of all, architect Raúl Valles is an architect by the Architecture School, Design and Urbanism of the University of the Republic of Uruguay, consultant teacher in the area of habitat housing. He's a head professor and coordinator of the Housing Center and Habitat and member of the academic in Habitat and Housing in the same school. Dr. Raul, architect Raul works in the magazine Vivienda Salud. He's a finalist of the award Luis Band of Roque in Latin American culture. In his professional career, he was a founder since 1990 to the Acer de Sur Institute. He's been an advisor, architect with multiple projects and urban and different civil works in Montevideo. Raúl Valles is the head of courses and author of publication and conferences. Between 2016 and 2020, he was an advisor of housing of the Ministry of Housing and Territory Ordering. Raúl, welcome. We'd like to give you the floor, and thank you so much for being with us today. Hi, good day, good afternoon for Uruguay. Can you hear me okay? Yes, we can hear you well. Okay, so the truth is, it's a great pleasure to be with you. And I'm going to thank very much the organizers of this event, because this event is so interesting because of the topics we're managing, where we're going to see some coincidences with what I'm going to try to present here. I'm going to share my screen. Let's see if you can hear. Hope you can see my screen. And it doesn't see me here. Doesn't allow me to see, but I guess we've shared. I'm gonna go with the other. Perfect. Now you can see my screen, right? To start, we were invited with this topic, and one way or another, for sure, you had some information about the fact that we could do a contribution in this sense. And we thought it was very interesting to start to see this view because it concurs with the thoughts and the action of where I've been participating in the last few years in this activity of habitat and housing and social housing. Therefore, I'm going to try to focus mainly on access to housing as a right of the city from an outlook that has to do with this. It has to do with, first of all, we're going to do a brief description of the situation in Uruguay. We'll also talk about where do we start from and the conceptual framework that supports the proposals that were done in this direction as of the public policies. And I'm going to center the experience in a period that we call a progressist period of government from 2005 to 2020, and presently, to some way, has taken different paths, not with so much emphasis in what was the experience of this era of transformation, in particular in the conception and in the realization of what was done here in Uruguay. We'll give you some examples also, of course, that account for the more theoretical matters and the keys of policies and their instruments applied and are still in effect, and some conclusions. We'll try to close the presentation. Some brief data of Uruguay, you can Google them, but just to tell you that Uruguay is not a developed country, not the least. It shares a large amount of indicators and realities with the rest of Latin America. Nevertheless, it has some indicators that would seem that are quite similar to the ones of developed countries in low illiteracy, access to services, the unemployment, etc. And exactly with households that are quite small. Now we are waiting for the results of the census that will give us a number of citizens and members per household under 7. Half the population live in the capital city in Montevideo. And in Montevideo, the metropolitan area and the other important cities in the country, we have an important problems with irregular settlements. There's an important deficit of housing. That's around 50,000 houses, over 3.5 million inhabitants, and a number of housing of 1,300,000. It means that we still have an important, we're lagging behind in this sense. Throughout the presentation, I'm going to mention in a recurrent manner the cooperative housing system that is highly known because of the Uruguayan experience that is best translated or that makes a better reading or translation of the instruments that have allowed to have this view of housing towards city. This is a metropolitan Montevideo. Imagine with the right expansions in low densities, the darker colors are the more dense areas. And to that, I'm going to make reference throughout the presentation. To start with the concept. Why do I start with the conceptual framework? It's important to see this view, this idea, according to the goals of public policies. In other words, public policies are impregnated of principles, values, and they also are solved through goals and objectives that should show these goals and objectives. And here we have the first view. We've also been speaking in other presentations, but during the last few years, we've been insisting of addressing the problem of habitat and housing from this focus, getting out of the paradigm of the living a paradigm and going to a habitational um, house. It comes from many summits that have been done since 76, in Habitat since 86. We have assigned priority to housing and public policies in Latin America, and from the middle or before talks about social interest housing and is looking at the problems of housing. And here on the left, we see the housing. This is a home or a better home. And there you have the right of housing. We have also spoken about dignified housing. And this view has promoted also the monoculture of housing, something that you referred in the previous presentations. And the urban habitational system talks about the fact of housing has to be seen from the right of house, from the shacks, from the idea of having access to urban services of quality. This is what promotes access to cities, and the debate is impregnated with the sense that human being able to live there, how can you facilitate access to goods and services of quality? So, in a way that we're in the presence of a view, a systemic view that is complicated with multiple components that have interrelationship amongst them and define the quality of the habitat. And this system is not only integrated by housing, it's also integrated by the components we mentioned. Soil, basically, this is the housing and the infrastructures, services, and public spaces. In other words, the five components that are interrelated are the ones that define the capability of living in that territory. And we're talking about rights, the right of housing, the right of the city, and the one that said Edward Lefebvre, that he said and was followed by David Harry with his complaint of the conditions, so that the most vulnerable sectors who could have access to the cities. So this is the headquarters of right. And I finish with conceptual frameworks, access to housing, access to city, against other rights that are more generic, universal, or abstractive, is a right that could be in spaces, should materialize, could become substantial. Therefore, the quality of this materialization or materiality is of core importance. And what does it imply? Going from human rights to urban rights, understanding that the right to a city is an urban right. And it means positioning ourselves and, ideologically speaking, migrating from the social condition. So, therefore, to some extent, in particular, in the third habitat, so we insisted in the component 11 that has to do with sustainable cities, where we don't insist in anything but the quality and conditions that should be gathered to see the access of the housing and access to an equitable city for all. And now this means decision making. This means conflicts in the territory because the territory is finite, urbanized sections are also finite. And as Maria Lucia said, the friend of Sao Paulo, of Sao Paulo, from the University of Sao Paulo, when we go to space, where the habitat is materialized and the occupation of the territory by some excludes the living in these territories by others. So a friend that is disappeared and known by all of you, like René Poulon was saying this. He said that the right of a city is a political matter, is an ideological matter of values, and we don't all have the same values. These things have to be mentioned with great quality because access to city, access to infrastructure and services for the most vulnerable sector is part of the decision making of the government. And some keys of housing in Uruguay, and I'm going to go directly, and it's kind of a bit. In Uruguay, we have a public system that has a group of institutions led by the Housing Institute and the territories, but articulates with other players that provide solutions, exactly saying the access to a varied spectrum of solutions. The role of the state in this point is also positioned as a distributing role, not as an administrative role, as a passive role. An active role is in the access and in the permanence. And I insist the permanence because we talk about access to city and we forget the understanding that the most vulnerable sectors have important difficulties to prevail in housing arena. So the state here assumes an active role, a proactive role. And since 1968, that we have our law of housing with its modifications. This is translated into a 5-year plan, and here the governments have 5-year periods, and they should present a 5-year period approved by the parliament. And basically, this law, what it would have, and what states is that public policies in housing are not financed through a bank. They don't have a bank finances like commercial banking, those that we do, or that we do different types of adjustments to be able to ensure where a commercial bank can reach. We do it through a fund or through a national housing and urbanization fund that is providing, according to the government, is providing this inhabited and housing, social inhabited and housing. And the most important components are a loan, that's a loan on units that are adjusted with a middle index of wages with a variable rate at a 25 years. It varies between 2 and 5% interest rate, depending on the situation. The second component that I want to center myself on is subsidies to quotas. The subsidies that we so call to the quotas, that's another important instrument. That is a percentage of loan fee that the family does not pay and is determined according to the revenues of the home and the amount of members in the household. And according to that, there is a percentage that appears of the quota that this family nucleus does not have to pay. So the system assures you that you can have access to housing that is equal in the amount of rooms and fringe benefits and conditioning anywhere. And the state absorbs the difference of what the family is not able to pay according to their socioeconomic condition. Its subsidy to the fee is one of the core components for sustainability. There's a subsidy to capital, and it's also important in Uruguay. We also have the value of the housing cooperativism, for example, where the family can contribute in work or in money. And the fifth component is the other core component, the real estate. The real estate or the land is usually provided by the Ministry of Housing or the state. And this is the other instrument generated in order to provide ground and location in the territory for the construction of housing. And the cost is integrated to the loans, but of course, it has a subsidy component. This is what we said today. The concepts are translated in every 5-year plan. These are the objective of the 5-year plan 2019, with looking for the rehabilitation of urban mesh, averting precarity situation. And it has this component where they talk again about the urban areas, consolidated areas, empower their use, strengthening the access to land, etc., etc. So there is a land with services and potential joining. There's a political will. There's a translation of concepts and values that can be translated into politics. And the topic of soil, the role of the state is core, the social job of the urban soil. So this is strategic in order to provide this land. This is a scarce good. I don't know how does it work in Mexico and other countries. In Uruguay, the market doesn't assure ever having access to these third goods for vulnerable sectors. The state has to interfere through the real estate portfolio. They manage the soil, land, and and the government distributes the resource. It's also important to have a better taking advantage of the soil. In the case of Uruguay, we have a lot of urban soil that is poorly taken advantage of. It could be densified, could be intensified, could be reordered without generating new urbanizations that, of course, as we all know, generate other scarcities. So these two components, these two instruments, the portfolio of real estate on the one hand and the subsidy to the quotas, are the two components that assure access to the territory and good relocation. For example, in main areas like Montevideo and the prevalence of families that have access, this real estate portfolio can be obtained, can be managed, can be rated and cataloged real estate. And once you consider them proper for public policies, you can be used in the execution of the projects, or you can sell them to cooperatives and others, but they do it through an appraisal and categorization where they ensure that they have real access to these infrastructures, services, public spaces, and city. They've also generated in 2018, on behalf of the Ministry of Housing, a national strategy of access to soil. They gave priority of living in the city as a right of all through the optimization of urban land, through ways of public acquisition of the urban land, and also on how we manage it the best way possible. Likewise, in 2019, 2018, the law 2016 talks about urban real estate of the private sector, those that, according to the early law, do not comply with their duties relative to housing, looking for a destination that is being agreed upon, being taken charge as owners, not only the right of the land, but also the duties of the land when we do not comply. The state can, one way or another, recover the land, put it in circulation again, and exercise the right of preference for those real estate. Here, there's some images of what happened a few years ago, the so-called the ground portfolio to housing cooperative in Salvador in 2017. In the bottom, the call of 2018, we have all the apartments and the amount of ground and available land and the amount of estimated housing that are acceptable for each land. And the cooperative on the bottom right show their proposals, physical proposals, and social management. In this case, the cooperatives are managed by the ministry, and they give them or not the land offered, the land, and this is an image of Montevideo, of the central zone of Montevideo, managing the portfolio is distributed to different programs, not only to cooperatives, also to liabilities, retired population. We're talking about Social Security. We're talking about a program that is a production of housing for those that cannot have access to housing any other way, and also the central areas for active population. And there we have the different possible. This is an image that is partial of what the central area is. I don't know how good or bad are we with time. You only have 5 more minutes. Here we have some images of the central area of the city with land that the state managed the portfolio and that was used for different modalities of their 5-year plan. And one mention to what has been the real estate in central areas, also related to housing cooperativism. This is an experience I've been able to participate from close by. It's something that is highly known internationally because there's a lot of researchers interested in this topic of the use of housing and cooperativism in the rehabilitation of the central area of town. And here I wanted to stop a little on this because practically we are seeing a series of housing cooperatives on rehabilitation, recycling, or new work that have been developed exactly in this soil that are provided by the real estate portfolio in the central part of the city. The real estate is done by portfolio of land, cooperatives take it, and as a they custody, or they are like part of custodians, they pay 25 in a 25-year period, and they promote the socialitary journey, and there's a break to something that always happens. And in Europe is the cooperatives in Uruguay. Most of them are because of the collective use. And this is a very important factor to prevent problems. So these real estate in central areas is what I'm showing are repossessed through calls to cooperative. They contribute 15%, and they have 50 cooperatives only in the central area of Montevideo. We're not talking about cities in the interior. Such examples are the portfolio. This is a civil work that I worked directly with an architect that they talked about the rehabilitation of the historical center, and it has to do with the ground was provided and the loan was provided by the government, and the cooperatives are neighbors of the city that would have been kicked out to the peripheral areas of the city. This is a new civil work, rehabilitation, restoration of historical monuments, housing cooperative that I worked with. But there's multiple examples in the city of new works with opportunities in location, and that they're built as of a public um, uh, only in the historical center. By rehabilitation, there's 20 cooperatives that are finished, that have cooperatives of users in most of the cases. And let's say an important experience in the last few years are housing and important opportunities in consolidated areas in the city that with different public programs, with cooperativism and different programs have been carried out. For example, such is the case of the southern neighborhood, Barrio Sur. These are old municipal deposits. Here, they developed an urban plan, a detailed urban plan, and was divided. The soil was divided in different parcels in the central area of the city. This is Rio de la Plata. This is the La Rambla, Montevideo. And today, more than 400 families are living in this area as of the portfolio of land. And GOV is also with public spaces, infrastructure, rehabilitation of an old market, and most of the hedges of this space were generated by cooperatives that obtained the ground portfolio by the Minister of the Interior, Pasandu, an old city with an area that was, because of the Ministry of Funding, they had a contest of ideas that generated a project in detail, and they repossessed the two different cooperatives. This land was repossessed by different cooperatives. Usually they're called Kobe something. And nowadays we have civil works in process. Some of them are done in these urban projects. And also with this, I finish, has to do with a project, a pilot project of public housing for rent, making a little bit of reference to what was shown by Carmen Trilla from Barcelona, where here they are in the old city as a pilot experience in the historical center of 1617 territories that could that of a project that didn't happen at the end of the previous land with different patterns of public property that they were assigning to a project of social rent, and the state was keeping the land. And I finish with some conclusions. The land, urban soil, should comply with the social service. The state should assign real estate and land to private and proper entities. Location in the territory, the proper location is important for social justice. And these real estate are an opportunity, or land are not used so that we could take advantage of them better. The right of housing, the right of a city assume exactly making spaces, allowing for spaces to exist. The materiality is important. What's important is promoting the holding of the land that is secure. And not only that, not the property is housing that is centered, therefore they're centered in the property. But for many vulnerable sector, property ends up being great fragility because many times they cannot maintain it. What they need is to rest assured that they have that they can hold the housing. And I finished with David Harry. I received him in Montevideo, and I recommend that is one of the main examples in Uruguay of housing cooperativism. It was such a joy to have him with us. That's why I put this image, because he's one of the most important defendants to cities. And I finish here, and thank you so much. Raul, thank you so much. This experience is so enriching. How you've integrated the networks in Uruguay, the rights to the city, having access to housing is of such importance, and access to housing. We want to thank you for your participation on behalf of CISS and Infonavit. At the end, we are going to allow for some questions, but now we'll go with the presentation of Felipe Link, so that he is going to present the case of Chile.
Well, now I will read the review of the overview about Felipe. He's a sociologist in social development by Concepcion University, PhD degree holder in architecture and urban studies by Pontificia Universidad Autónoma de Chile. He is an associate professor and director of the Institute of Urban Studies and Territorial Studies, UC. He is an associate researcher in the Center of Urban Sustainable Development Center and the Center of Studies of Conflict and Social Cohesion. He is the editor of the Latin American magazine of Urban Regional Studies, EURE, and he leads the project of geographies on the transitority residency markets, forms, and practices of listening in Chile. Felipe, welcome. Thank you for being with us on behalf of CISS and Infonavit. And well, we give you the floor for your presentation. Fine. Thank you very much, Jair. Thank you very much to all the organizers of this seminar. Very interesting, the preceding presentations, and I hope to offer some information on the Chilean case, specifically in the leasing housing where I am currently working. I will share with you my screen with the presentation. Can you see my screen? Yes, we can. Fine. Then the subject about the presentation I have has to do with the different leasing markets in Chile, and specifically in Santiago de Chile, the capital city of the country, the housing policy and the challenges faced by the housing and leasing crisis, about the instruments and policies developed traditionally in the last few years in Chile, and the growth of the holding of leasing, a novelty factor with regards to our Chilean history. Chile is not a country that with an important leasing rate, but it has been growing in the last few years until becoming a factor that we may not leave aside when we talk about the housing and policy, uh, housing and policy and subject, and the polarization of the leasing in the market, and this leases many times in the market of the housing has to do in a way with the points that appear in on the slide about the process of urban renewal. Very important to see the central areas in big areas in the country, specifically in Santiago, and some images on the right of my presentation. You can see the type of verticalization of the central areas related or promoted by a type of neoliberal governance with a context and an environment of um, the regulated policies that have promoted the private investment as a result of this regulation, as described by several authors, as in the case of Maclovales and the Chilean Lopez Morales, among others. In a context also of urban financing and something that has come with strong, with a lot of power in Argentina, and the entry of new agents entering the market and transforming its materiality, that is to say, its human morphology and layout, through a large amount of capital being injected from the financial capital, the financial market in the urban space. On the other hand, we also have a boom in the case of the Chilean case, of what some authors call the diversification or the proliferation of real estate micro investors with middle and high income classes, people with some excess of capital, and they invest on the leasing market. That has contributed, together with the funding in a larger scale, has contributed to this production of space in the big cities of Chile. which is translated as an intensive density with a certain precarity now in vertical and with transformation, demographic or socio-demographic transformation of that include a new type of inhabitants who start to live in these environments with a certain loss of neighborhood relation, the sense of ownership, and the construction of community, which becomes a little bit more difficult. So in this context, we are analyzing the leasing market in addition to a more traditional historical context of the expansion of the city and the singular houses, not necessarily in vertical or in buildings, but in urban expansion. Those are two processes that are not inclusive or dichotomic, but are complementary to the situation. This work has been developed in the framework of the Institute through different publications. As I said, it is indicated there that I need to mention and thank, and has to do with the structure of the city. In the preceding presentation, in the case of Uruguay and the policies that are presented there, it is noticeable to study how this type of urban transformation challenges the policies we currently have in force in Chile. So things like the ownership and leasing and the urban integration, social integration, and the safe ownership, some of the subjects that have been dealt in the morning in the seminar. So the presentation specifically, I will develop a context of the leasing market in Santiago de Chile as an example of what happens in the country. Characterization of leasing. It is important to put the inhabitants that are subject to this policy or this type of a real estate development at the center of the conversation to understand who those users are, and then some points that we have identified with the challenges to the housing policy and some final reflections and discussion. So about the characterization of leasing in Chile, we have some trends that I find or that deserves attention. The housing crisis in Chile in the last few years is on the rise, and with a deficit of 600,000 houses, with an important growth of informality, something that until several years ago was understood as a problem more or less under control, but with some formalization, and housing in the last few years has been moving in that direction. This graph shows the growth in terms of percentage for the metropolitan areas of Chile, and you can see that today we go on the rise until reaching the 30% or 28% of more area, a little bit more in the northern area of the country. There is also a strong component of economic crisis and the growth of the mortgage credit that also makes this trend to grow together with some with the informal situation. So in that context, even if it is acknowledged that the policy of Chile has had an important change in the sense of improving the organization, improving the access to the city, as it was discussed before, with a better quality and of the houses and better standards and a better building, we have not been able to get a massive evolution that definitely contributes to surpass that deficit. So if in the year 2020 had a quantitative success, left the debt aside from the qualitative deficit today, we acknowledge a change to the dignity of houses but would not be enough to be without deficit. Therefore, we are talking about a housing contingency plan that is trying to be implemented with a very ambitious target of more than 5,000 houses. Then, in addition, in this context, in Chile, there's a still from the neoliberal policies inherited by the dictatorship of the 80s, but that continue in the democratic regimes of the 90s and the 2000s, the regime of subsidy to the leasing. So it has gone through subsidies, generating that paradox, and with the idea that we can get the subsidy, but not materializing that because of the lack of offering. In addition, the private market is not subsidizing, and it is less and less accessible and more and more difficult to get a credit, a mortgage credit, in order to buy a property, a house outside of the subsidy. Then, in that context, the leasing in the metropolitan region has significantly grown with a 28%, though according to the closest information that it could go beyond 30, but we're in that range. But in a social and demographic context, that makes us to promote the need of that development. So the challenges are important because they need to respond today to promotion of 12, 14, or 15% of the ownership, but reaching 30% in some areas. In Chile, the main instrument related with leasing is what we know as the CISS 52, which is a program of subsidy to leasing that gives an amount for a certain period of time, a fixed amount with amounts of that are no longer 490,000 Chilean pesos, which is approximately $600. So it is a subsidy that has a high rate of allocation with a very low rate of activation of agreements. That is to say, it is not possible to find a unit that corresponds to the standards implied by the subsidy. Therefore, there's a paradox to have an allocated voucher and not being able to trade it in the market. The factors that affect this, according to the studies in Chile, we have this lack of offering of housing, but also that responds the needs of the user. For instance, in the terms of access or location to the means of transportation, to the job sites or a neighborhood or certain conditions of service or opportunity factors. But on the other hand, also, it is identified as an activation barrier, the low trust to participate in a program like this. We were leasing some initiatives in the case of Barcelona, where the relative are guaranteed the renewal of the without gaps in that regulation. In the case of Chile, there is low trust and little experience or little attraction of the liaison between the owners and the state to participate in a program like this. Therefore, it is a subsidy program that finds important barriers in the offering of housing. In addition, the state that has to work with a lot of autonomy with reduction what fragments, disperses, and makes it to have risks of informality. So the owner is more reticent to participate in a situation of the regulated place instead of being coupled to be coupled to a policy of subsidy to leasing. So we think that the working group that we are that is observing these dynamics, there is an available supply which is adjusted even to the band of prices available through this decree with a certain territory coverage. Here we are talking about the central area, not necessarily the peripheral area or the suburbs of the city, but there is the need to connect and make it visible for the lessors and market. There is a deficit of management there between the supply and the demand of subsidy, where the state plays an important role to articulate those two words. So here, the housing is connected to the demand with sufficient incentives to participate in the housing policy in the state. And there might be the need, some assistance to improve the standards in terms of feasibility and conditions to participate in this type of project of the state. So there is the need then to be focused on knowing the existing offer in a micro scale beyond promoting the construction of new housing with certain standards as indicated before in terms of surface or inhabitability or location of the new houses. But together with that, articulate with the existing housing for the policy that needs to be complemented by other initiatives that before the deficit of 150,000 houses, there is the growth of informality. Before this growth, with the lack of the need, the possibility to participate in the private market of housing, everything that helps in this direction is welcome. And well, between the property and leasing, there are different ways of access to the housing. The central purpose should be to provide housing in different formats and with different features. So in this context of growth of leasing, or the proportion of families who want to live in Santiago and in Chile, there's also need to understand and to see the goals of the leasing market and their needs. At least in the national imaginary, there is the fact that the persons leasing are young people without children, and that in a way contribute to the demand of this market of verticalization, and not knowing or not seeing other profiles of people leasing houses that are more urgent to serve from a policy of leasing. So we have made some activities to know and within this universe of people leasing a house that constitute the 30% of families as in their universe have an important need. With some activities through the telephone to see socioeconomic characterization, and we find interesting figures outside because this changes in time and not necessarily needs to be like this, but it at least gives us a view of this diversity where there is an important percentage of a young professional people, couples without children, middle class income class that decide to lease a house, not necessarily under subsidy. And there's also an important percentage of intermediate media but we have homes in poverty with young children and people leasing who are elder people and the most vulnerable sectors that should be object of a special policy of leasing. In addition to the fact that the lessee, we have the migrants that also contribute and growingly in the case of Chile. So from this technology and specializing this complexity, we see that indeed they are the central areas in the cities that are in the leasing where we see that in an aggregated level. However, when we can specialize the different profiles and types of leasing, the access to the different it also geography of differentiation. So it is not only the central area in the metropolitan area of Santiago. But for instance, the professional areas are centered in the center. The medium sectors are distributed in a way in the central areas and pericentral areas, but also a lot transversally along the city. When the lizards with poverty homes with young children are in the peripheral areas, concentrated in these areas, farther from the areas with services and centrality, and should have focus about the subsidy policy on leasing. So if we are talking about connecting supply and offer related to the housing situation, we should discriminate the effects of the focus of who would be benefited and where we should locate those projects. And the same happens with the migrant leasers in the central areas mainly, but this sector in the Chilean capital, but it is more common in the north or here where we see an image as the presented in my preceding slides. And it takes place in the informality of collective communities with overcrowding, with importance of leasing, and also the residential towers with verticalization. Therefore, in homes in poverty of migrants or with young children or elder people are homes with different geography, different layout, different needs, and therefore it should be object of different policies from the government and the policy that is in charge of that situation. 30% of the people leasing a home has been growing recently in Chile. So it is not a minor amount. In that percentage or that proportion, there is the idea that we need to consider to better lead the efforts and the policies of housing that need to be in charge of this reality. Another piece of data that reinforces the situation is the vulnerability and the conditions of overcrowding, the quality of the houses. As I said before, those are the houses of elder people or poor people with minors that have the worst conditions, and also places that are not the best in terms of the cost of the housing. So with different variables or data that we will be analyzing, we hope to revert that situation for the attention of a housing policy. This is more or less the value with more of a third of the income of the family. Then, in this context, the general context of leasing in Chile and the people leasing a home appears, as I mentioned before, appear different markets. The map, in a way, reflects the private market of leasing in blue on the right, then the location of that available offering of real estate development is strongly centered in central areas and in the cone of high income. So this type of supply has particular traits in terms of typology and service and do not answer to the priority of housing policy in charge. On the other hand, this map or this distribution corresponds to the houses that have been part of the DS52 program in the last few years, but there are many. Let's say that there is a barrier in the activation of that subsidy, and therefore somewhere around 4,450 houses under the program. So that location is slightly distributed, but excludes the best areas of the area from opportunities of jobs and services. And on the other hand, we have the distribution in the metropolitan area of Santiago, the distribution of social housing. So in the concentric circles of distribution of the different markets, we can see that we have to consider when we are talking about the policies and how policies should address this or be in charge in the generation of the supply, in the different types of supply, both for new houses and not only in the peripheral areas of the city, but also to include existing houses into other sectors in the city in a more massive way. Then in this market, the private market of verticalization of the growth and intensive diversification of the central areas is not making functional the priorities of focalization of the demand who demanded the most. As you can see, the average surface of this leasing areas in the private leasing market is very low. We are talking about 30 to 35 square meters in the surface with a single room or a single living room that does not answer to the needs of a family in a situation of poverty with young people, young children. Then the thing is that we have a program that even if the houses that are joined in this program, they actually have a good number. They have a standard of more quality, and they are mainly houses, not apartments. The common feature of the area for Santiago is not enough to be in charge of that demand. They have a low activation and does not respond to the diversity of profiles that is demanding housing. Now, on the other hand, we see that there is a growth of other ways or other markets, even farther from the housing policy in the goal of the state or to be in charge of the problem of housing under leasing regime, which is the leasing of rooms. That is also a growing phenomenon. There is an increase that you can see, which is radiography of the network of rooms in Santiago. And here we're talking about an important growth of a far more informal type of leasing that demands some attention. The original policy, we see that as a barrier to that informality, the growing informality or that growing increase of typologies that we are not, of houses that we do not consider as dignified. I will start to close my presentation in my 5 last minutes. So in the leasing of houses and individual rooms has some requirements that could be discriminatory for a profile of people having access to this type of ownership and start to advance payments are demanded as a guarantee or certificates are not indebtedness or history of payment, and that constitute more and more important discriminatory barriers for the leasing in this informal market of the leasing of rooms that we need not to consider by separate, but as part of the situation of the ownership and property of houses in Chile, in the city. And so in this scenario, we have identified some challenges to consider and currently there's people in Chile, and in addition to other things that we have known in Latin America and Europe, in the context of the regulation, protection, and progressing to a type of collective, safe, permanent ownership beyond property. And here in Chile, we also have that situation of ownership or leasing because of a large tradition and the dream of the house of their own. So considering the leasing beyond private control is an important role of the state with a facilitator or a connector, a middle agent between the demand and supply to diversify the actors in the generation of housing and not only leaving that to the market or to the private entities without incentives to be included in a policy of, but support the network of the state in the different environments and to promote the participation and to deliver benefits and guarantees to establish houses in the market and manage the change and understand it as an intermediate change to property or permanent leasing. Consider the scale, local scale, and the passing of the property to the housing. And in the Chilean case, notify other agents that could be an intermediate element in the relationship and then giving a way to the actions of the state. But as in the case of Barcelona, there's also other types of intersectors or factors of organization that can be important as mediators in this relationship.
And in synthesis, the markets in Chile are complicated, don't respond to one reality. There's different types of supply and demand, where the main goal is understanding it, identifying it, and fostering better policies to avoid the deficit and in this trend of leasing that is innovative for the case of Chile. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Felipe. We feel the case of Chile is very interesting, and we've done analysis and assessment of public policy, so it's very good for the reflection in the region. Likewise, in CISS, we're highly convinced on the evaluation of public policies and to know exactly what's the level of effectiveness that you have had. Thank you on behalf of Infonavit and CISS. We're going to go to a few questions. There was a question here in the forum, and I don't know if virtually somebody wrote a question. Here, there's a question here in the forum. Good afternoon. Thank you, Raid. I thank the presentation of each of the panelists and congratulations for a clear presentation. I'm Veronica Zamudio. I'm a researcher of CISS, and one of the topics I manage is risk management in case of disasters. These presentations are of course important to connect them to this topic of risk of disasters and ask you if you could share an experience in the Uruguayan case, in particular a Chilean case, because you have a highly seismic zone, regarding how these challenges that you have been setting forth regarding access to housing and the right to the city has been connected to public policies in regarding in particular to the protection of people in situations due to dangerous phenomena, floods, earthquakes that could case in the Uruguayan case. And in this case, I know in general, in both cases, regulation regarding the constructions are core still. And it would be fantastic if you could share with us from the public policy experience what you have. Thank you so much. I do not know if I answer Felipe. There is a program that is a national program that is focused mainly in moving and locating population that are settled in risk of flood situations or polluted soils. So we do not have the problems as Chile or the Andean zone could have with a greater presence of earthquakes, then this is a latent risk. And not long ago, we had an event that was highly concerning that led us to, it didn't worsen, but it gave us the idea there's some things that are being part of the changes that we always speak about and have to do with climate change. Topics of floods are important, as well as the topic of floods. At this point, there is a very deep study being done on the scope of these events, the frequency of these events. And one of the things that have started happening is that a relocation of families, that usually we're talking about sectors with greater vulnerability of the population with a criteria of concentration and dispersion, the possibility of being able to insert them in urban zones that are consolidated and, of course, not jointly or focalized to a modality of integration and dispersion. And I was showing here the case of Paysandu and of an old factory. In the case of Pasandu, there was an irregular settlement that was relocated in the consolidated area, and then the remediation and the feeding of the old zone that had a floatable park. So we try to find the balance between forming public spaces and feeding for the city, and also relocation of the population in consolidated and safe zones. This is a quite a topic that is we want to solve the problem, in particular of the population at risk in places where floods happen. We have not had an answer of scale to absorb this important deficit. That's a risk deficit, and still there is a path, and with the national relocation plan, we're going that way, and we're still, I believe, we're still going on that way. Thank you for the question. This is a very important topic and is contingent because of the difficulties we're facing. We have also earthquakes, and we also have forest fires and floods in Chile, amongst others. And now the problem of that is that we speak a lot. I know that we have the awareness of what has to be considered. And I would say there's a lot of regulation or diagnosis of where is it pertinent to build and where not. But given the growth of informality, it doesn't happen in, for example, zones that are not proper. In Valparaiso, for example, that's a very important city in Chile. There's a lot of irregular settlements. There's no way of controlling the building in these risk zones. And while you were asking the question, I looked what is happening in Chile here. And it's this image, can you imagine? Is we are building buildings in dunes, in Valparaiso, in caves. And this is not informality. These are highly costly housings with sand dunes. You have they have a fantastic view of the ocean, but look at the coast in Valparaiso where they're building dunes, and in the last rains, then there was a huge gap formed, and so there was a very severe problem with the holes and sinkholes. So can you imagine if that happens when there's less purchasing power of implementing the zones at risk. This is a great example and is a topic that should be considered in policies. In Chile, we have a lot of fragmentation of seasonality. So those in charge, for example, the Ministry of Civil Work is separated from urbanist, the Ministry of Urbanism, and also they are separated from the risk. So there's a problem where there's no a policy where all the different ministries work together for the same end. So we have, for example, in fires, we're also having very important problems when a household catches fire. It's horrible. So after catastrophe, there comes back a need of regulating again, but it only happens after the incident or accident has already happened. Thank you so much for your answers, Raúl and Felipe. I don't know if here on the floor, for those that are here present, if none, with this we finish this panel of international experiences. We are very happy for this invitation that we wanted to gather and study the policies that exist at an international level, and this could help the region. And as I mentioned before, in all the tables and panels, we suffer the same problems on housing, on affordable housing, the qualitative deficit, the quantitative deficit, the right of having the city services. So we're very happy to have had this panel. I want to thank Felipe, Carmen Trilla, all the way to Barcelona, Raúl all the way to Uruguay, and Felipe all the way to Chile. And we consider closed this panel. We want to thank you so much. And now we'll continue with the presentation of the book, City Independence of Cities and Social Security, and we're at your service. The book is going to be introduced, and then thank you to everyone for having been in this Housing and Social Security International Experiences event.
Hola, buenas tardes. Muchas gracias.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you to all the people that have been with us in this Social Security and housing experiences, international experiences. Welcome everyone to the last panel of this forum. That is a presentation of the book Ciudad Independencia, Social Security, Ciudad Independent City, Social Security, Ciudad Inmensa, Seguro Social. We have the presentation of Felipe Renzani, Rodrigo Duran, the comments of Nora Judith Núñez Carranza, and we'll give them the floor. Felipe Orenzans and Rodrigo Duran, both are architects based in Mexico. Their work looks to understand and frequently question the different ways urban knowledge and architectonic knowledge is consumed, understood, as well as the political ideological consideration of these processes. The written projects have been published in Pidgin Architect, Clo Manu, Displacements Journal, Ground Up, Horizontal Launch Studio, Bracket, Bitácora, Building, Cornell Journal of Architecture and Critical Planning, as well as in the books Ciudad Independencia Seguro Social, Arkin plus IMSS. Felipe Renzan studied architecture in the autonomous Baja California University in Mexicali and a specialty in housing and a master's in urbanism in the National Autonomous University. He received the Alfonso Caso Medal. Member of our creators, Rodrigo Duran studied architecture at the Anahuac, Northern Mexico, and has a master's in architecture design and sustainable development for the University of the Environment. Welcome both. Nora Núñez Carranza, our commentator of this afternoon, studied communication by UNAM, has a master's in modern letters by the Ibero-American University. Is in charge of the Information Documentary Center in Infonavit, demography, and most important, housing in the country and the pillars of the cultural Infonavit spaces. You can look for that in internet. Nora Núñez Carranza is in front of this library where we preserve the historical documentary wealth of Infonavit, the history of housing in Mexico. Welcome, Nora, and thank you for being here. I would like to give the floor. Nora. Judith Núñez Carranza. My name is Nora, and I'm in the I safeguard 90,000 specialized housing in urbanism, architecture, and topics. She is the public library and specialized library in these topics that is the most robust and the only one in the housing sector. And having said so, there's few topics that have nothing to do with the home, with the territories, or the living, and from there the importance with Infonavit. We want the percentage of Infonavit and housing in Mexico is also together with the Museum of Housing, one of the pillar making up the space of Infonavit, addressed by Alejandro de la Mora, and he represented this space promotes transparency about the housing and the relationship with people, and as an extension with the cities, the territory, the environment, and good living, topics that have a lot to do with Unidad Independencia and the book that we share here. The presentation of a book is always a celebration. A book has the energy of people involved in its creation, conception, planning, writing, production processes. Presenting a book, aside from anything, is celebrating the memory, the construction of history, is having for the reader the interpretation of the world we live in. Today, I'm honored to tell you and celebrate together with the book Independent City, Social Security. Felipe Renzans and Duran have contributed to look at the memory of Mexico City in the book we're representing. The Unidad Independencia is one of the most emblematic places in Mexico City. As pointed out in the pages, Unidad Independencia, our architects of Jose Maria Gutierrez and Prieto are an architectonic, unprecedented 2,500 houses with different typologies, unifamily homes, multifamily buildings, departments, a clinician, an open cinema, closed cinema, social building, a house to cultivate with gyms and 3 nucleus for education centers. However, what does this mean? What are these houses talking to us about? What are the lessons left? What are the stories told? And that is why we've decided to this day to bring this presentation with a series of questions that I hope will be addressed by you to help us best understand the importance of Unidad Independencia. And first, I'd like to ask you, how did the idea emerge of doing the Unidad Independencia unit? Hi, everyone. Thank you for the invitation. I'm so happy to be here. This space is fantastic. And since we started working together like 15 years ago, before we associated in an office, we spoke about living spaces and projects, and we all agreed the one we liked was the Unidad Independencia. After that, in by teaching in the academia, we noticed that our reference to Good Housing Project, we came back to Unidad Independencia unit. And writing down, there was a lot of documentation. However, it was not gathered all together in one important monography, and that invited us to slowly, through different research exercises with students and some personal efforts, to start investigating and gathering drawings, pictures, etc., to be able to get to a result that to start with, it was going to be a book. But later, with the support of FUNCA and IMSS, it took this research took the character of a book in a way that we could talk about it. Yes, and I'd like to reiterate, thank you for the space. Thank you to CISS, Infonavit, and Habitat. And it's important to say that we, the CISS, is we would like to be here in the room or online. And then here we're in San Jerónimo. And this is a group of platforms. So people understand it as part of the same project that is architectonic. So this as an invitation for you to know the facilities of CISS and the Unidad Independencia. And we always answer this small inventory. And why? Because why? This is, as Rodrigo says, this is a space that was documented at other groups of housing that were contemporary, like UPA, like Nonoalco, Tlatelolco. The independence unit had been lagging behind, but this is one of the very important projects of Mexican modernity, not only in architectonic terms, and it's been said by Enrique de Anda in his chapter in the book that he understands the independence unit and he locates it next to the important thresholds of urbanity, next of Luis Barracan, Felix Candela, and projects such as the Autonomous University. This is a project that is quite relevant in more than one space, and it had been lagging behind in the radar of the main efforts of documentation. And now talking about this architecture, this type of architecture, I would like to know why the independence unit answers to a utopia. This is a sustainable utopia, is it? Now Rodrigo made me answer, threw me into the answers. This is part of a discourse that comes from the when the habitational unit started, when they started, and it was part. If, for example, you read the opening discourse of Unidad Independencia of Benito Coquet, is full of references to the utopia and the cities in the towns of Vasco de Quiroga that had a direct connection with the ideas of Moro. Later on, architects, in particular, Chelma Gutierrez, take this idea and talk about the two important urbanistic influences of the project. And on the one hand, the letter to Athens, this is core document of urban architectonical modern thought. And on the other hand, we have the ideas of Vasco de Quiroga. I don't know, Rodrigo, would you like to add? I would like to add that as the name of the book indicates so, at the beginning, and the official name is Unidad de Servicios Sociales y Habitación. So it's called the Unit of Social Services and Inhabitants. That's why it's within this. But the common of people started calling it Ciudad Independencia, as we put it in the book. And so this is his migration of going from the countryside to the cities and to inhabit differently in a territory that would have it all. So what you said of all the feeding services, and it was aspiring to be a place where everything would exist. And that also has to do with what you're asking us. So a city is lived. A city is not only the walls or mobility or many more aspects that we've spoken about this morning. Here, people live in the cities, people inhabit cities, and there are what is the relationship that the community had, the inhabitants of, in the conception and elaboration of this book? Was there a participation of the community, of the people living in Unidad Independencia? Yes, maybe not so much as we wanted. This is a pandemic book, and it is a research that started in 2018 and 9. So we were kicking off, and we had formally, with some investigation seminars in 2020, the pandemic came, and this was a barrier with IMSS, and IMSS had many more priorities, and it made more complicated all the field work. Nevertheless, as conditions happened, there was great participation of the community. As a matter of fact, we worked a lot with different groups within the unit. One of the chapters of the book is written by Francisco Aldana. He's a chronist and a resident of the unit, so it was very important to have the voice of one of the residents. And there's a whole section that was not as robust as we wanted, but of portraits of residents of the unit. And the other one that I think is worth mentioning is that we were expecting to see the relationship of the book with the community to start as of the book and once it was published. So we had a section that is all the blueprints for the book, and We believe it could be a contribution. We want to make them public and that the community could have access to the blueprints of the homes, apartments, because it's something that is usually lacking and there is no blueprints and all these documentation and all of this work that is very accurate of redrawing all the buildings of the unit, we believe is a mechanism of connection with the community. Rodrigo? I'd like to add that in the preliminary stages, the exercises that began in the research workshops were the design of the first contact, our contact with the community. So we designed some surveys and simple simple surveys and interviews, whose main end was to do a thermometer. However, they finished that we want somebody to share with us to go deeper. And these had important interviews that knowing people that had photographic files, they didn't know whether it was interesting materials because here everybody knows the story of where they live. And it's a discovery we did, was cool, and it helped us do the investigation easier, even under the pandemic conditions, as Felipe said. What do you consider is the lesson of the independence unit for the future generations, for urbanists and architects, and for social housing in Mexico? Again, hard to answer without going back to this initial inventory of everything the Unidad Independencia has. Maybe it would be important to take it, as Nora said at the very beginning, this is a social housing project that is designed and planned and built by the Mexican Social Security Institute, has 2,235 dwellings, has a civic space, a clinic, arts workshops, 3 elementary schools, daycare, supermarket, a first level sports center, and has open fields for baseball, basketball, and all these is occupying only 23% of the ground. The other 67% of the land are green areas, open spaces, plazas, and all the project is full of murals, sculptures of some of the artists, of the most important artists of the time, and even the name of the streets. This is something that is worth mentioning, and Jose Luis Arriola put a name to the streets. One of these projects that we're thinking about everything. So we say it, the great learning is in the commitment towards social housing, the energy behind these projects, and the model as per se is not replicable. The city is different. The political, economic, social conditions have changed. It's not that we can take this commitment again and we can talk about energy behind the project. And talking about a term that differentiated housing as living and the urban city is made up of 5 things. It's made up of the ground, housing, infrastructure, utilities, because when you come here, you have it all. This is a summary of all the feeding and like how these is integrated with the city itself. And a great example that we want, and I didn't have the pleasure of being a southerner living in the southern part of the city, but 90% of the people I know that grew in the south part of the city, it didn't matter where they lived. They know the Linterna Mágica cinema, and that has the best memories of the best films when they were children, like the theater plays in the theater here in the unit. So I believe that another very valuable part that can be contributed as an example towards the future is that we should stop, or we should allow for these dwelling or housing spaces are more conceived as urban systems that will allow to leave those that live in there, but that could live within the rest of the people in the city around them. Talking again, we speak of services, urban feeding, integration, and living, and habitability. But one of the things that you do to the Independence Line for Mexico City, this habitability, is art, culture, and sports are also included in where they have and offer their people, which would be the role played by culture and art and sports in, I don't know, possible replicas of the city or the independence unit. So, of projects that would integrate, that would consider social housing, why the importance of art and sports. So they would be present, they should be present. And if we, for example, if it's okay to see the view of what happened in housing in between 80s and 2000s by visiting these peripheral places known by housing developers during the neoliberal period, but the answer would be there. The answer would be in the importance that from their visiting spaces of the independent unit or Tlatelolco, that all of them do have their good things and bad things. We're not saying that. Unidad Independencia was perfect and had a positive response to all the challenges he was facing. But I feel a comparative analysis that is quite superficial between these developments and peripheral uh, areas and projects talk to us about the importance of these spaces. We talk about housing, and this, my thing, as we've heard it a lot, we're not only talking about the house, the housing is the whole that you're mentioning. All of it is part of the concept, the umbrella concept of the housing. And to that, I would add that in recent times, we spent all of this pandemic period and allowed us to make reflections, to all have an opinion of what was needed when we had to lock down those that had to lock down. A lot of people could not go under lockdown. And the reflection the unit gives us is it was built by IMSS. And by being built by IMSS, it was of a strategy of well being, and as a strategy of well-being, of giving towards health instead of you getting sick in lame terms. This well-being and this being healthy is working out, being in contact with arts, nature. This is kind of the key, not to have to go to the clinic and to being sick. So if they had this clear, was because they were the first institution in the country that took the challenge of doing so. And by being that, there were some good, some not as good. We, Felipe and I, fall in love with this Unidad de Independencia. So we don't see any flaws, but we love it and we believe it's a great example in this integration of the elements that you mentioned.
And well, a question that kind of a forced question you have mentioned some time ago. There are many documents about Unidad de Independencia, but not everything is grouped, not all of that. There was not a place where the reader, the researcher could come to planimetry on Ciudad Independencia. There are very few housing developments, at least in Mexico, that are totally and absolutely documented at the level of planimetry. What is the relevance of building a memory on this type of projects? That is to say, this book is different because of that, because it groups, but at the historical level, transcendentally, what do you consider to be the first, the main offering of yours to this? Well, the book began from the methodological terms and doing a kind of a blink to the classic book of the temptation to establish a Parisian place. We wanted to deplete as far as possible, to deplete the Unidad de Independencia. That is to say, to find all the documents that we could find to sketch absolutely everything. We thought that it was essential to have any discussion about the relevance and the benefits of Unidad de Independencia, to have a document with a balance in terms of contents. And let's say that in that regard, it has four main methodological lines. One of them are the essays. There are 14 essays from 20 different authors. We didn't describe. That was an initial decision. We are not describing the book. The unit had been a collective project where a lot of people participated, and we wanted the book to reflect the same spirit. So we prepared a kind of thematic guideline, and we were inviting different authors about different subjects. And there is about everything: architects, historians, chronic tellers, undergraduate students, researchers on aesthetics from UNAM. There is a very, very rich mixture of profiles. And another line of was the photographic research, which was essential. We include file documents, as we see, that are pictures from the visit of John F. Kennedy to the unit, one of the moments that a lot of people remembers. And in parallel, all the photographic current documentation. Then we have the collection of the compendium of historical files, the official gazette issued by the unit, the opening the speech of Benito Coquet, some articles, the first regulation or internal behavior, and the fourth axis, which is perhaps one of the most important ones, is that of, as you mentioned, that about planimetry. And there I give the floor to Rodrigo to elaborate on that. Yes, to do that job, to do that task, we had to go to different files because, as we said, there was information, but in different areas, different places. The IMSS file, the file of what we have found in the hands of or about Alejandro Prieto were very beneficial, together with the files from neighbors that happened who had or could get some construction maps. In this case, led us to have three versions for the same typology, for the same building. and we were not able to know which was what. And we, in pandemic's time, Felipe and me had to come many times, not being able to enter in any specific place where we knew somebody who would allow us to measure. So we would do measurements from outside. So we began. You mentioned the number of units, and we counted 2,235 units to see how they were distributed and their typologies. So it was field work, file work, and this allowed us to ratify and resketch everything. And as Felipe said, we wanted to have, if not everything, because at that time the files were closed, the libraries was difficult to gain access into them, and at least to have a sample of something. There are three neighborhoods and three centers of neighborhoods. For those of you who know the area, every one of those neighborhoods has a core of a school, kindergarten, and commercial venues. So at least we wanted to have a school, a kindergarten, and a block of trade, in addition to all the equipment that we had mentioned before. And the spirit of that was to try to get them the way they were conceived at the beginning, with modifications and their opinions about the modifications. But the activity was to try to have everything the way it was conceived since the beginning. And that led us to also exclude the church and the CISS that were not part of the project since the very beginning. We had no so much opportunity to collect the information, documents, and we decided to do as an editorial decision to extract that and to continue with the original project. Talking about exclusions and editorial decisions in such a deep research like the one you did for this historical reconstruction of Unidad Independencia, there's always things left aside and decisions to make and to say sorry, but it would not be included because the story that I want to tell goes along this line. I don't know. Would you like to tell us about something about that? Some of the things that were not included, and to also know if you have the project to prepare a second volume that could consider this type of things. For instance, maybe, well, it drew my attention that you have included the maps, the building maps in this detail. Maybe some study about this would be a very interesting thing for the architecture students, for urbanists, as a good point of reference. Part of the stories in the process of the book has to do precisely with what you say about what is left aside and what is included. And the book is originally, well, we need to mention that it is a book that follows the same form of another prepared by Arkiner, the editorial about Tlatelolco, and we are based on that, and we made the budgeting and all the adjustment and all the bidding and on the basis of that book, but adding some more pages. So we always start from the idea that it should be a book of 284 pages. And when we reached with the designer and all the contents, he said, well, I cannot cannot include it in less than 326 pages or so. So the editorial said, what do we do then? We are going some 30-something pages in excess, or do we extract pages, or we include more money? By then, we had depleted the institutional resources, so we said, no, we cannot, we didn't know what to remove from it. So we ended by adding money from our pockets precisely in order not to have to remove any page from the book. So those things happen. That is part of the process. And more than leaving things aside, what has happened to us is that after once the book is published, We have found material that we did not know about the unit, and we always have that feeling, oh my God, if we had known, we could have included this or that. And in terms of what comes next, and that is kind of research project announcement, which is part of a continuation more than a second edition of the book. What we are thinking to do is to have a research on the 12. We think that there are 12 projects of housing built by IMSS in the whole country. So the best known are this in Santa Fe, but there are so many other projects in a lesser scale in the Republic that are not so well known. Then what comes next and complemented with what Felipe said, or well, this that IMSS made in this period of 10 years from 56 to 65 called a lot our attention, and we don't really love the idea of centralizing everything and to localizing everything about the housing. So finding the IMSS itself can lead us to see other solutions for other places. We find it very attractive to continue our research that about what comes now. What comes about the book, as Felipe said, we have found a lot of materials, but and I think that we had our differences to decide what to include and what not to include. I don't think that if we had found some things, we could have introduced them unless we could have paid more. And in that regard, it becomes very interesting to think about a second volume that could integrate many of the many new stories and materials like pictures and stories that we have been finding. And the first part, there was something there. Well, I would add that the book has had a second view in other formats. We have made several workshops with undergraduate students, with the students of mastery in housing and urban development, and workshops that involve visiting the Unidad Independencia, visiting, studying it, and doing a counter proposal. So there's been presentations, discussions. Then the book has had kind of a very rich life in that regard and has been very stimulating. Okay, now I remember what Felipe said and about the increase that we had and the addition of things. We both would not being able, and in that regard, we had a big help of from Jaime Navarro, who was our photographer, who holds most of the pictures. He helped us a lot to decide which was kept and what not, and what were better. And even like that, we wanted all of them and in a big size. The designer Jose Luis Lugo helped us a lot as well to make everything we wanted to fit the way we wanted, or suggesting that perhaps that was not the indicated one. So he has a lot of experience and he'll help us a lot. And he, together with Brenda Soto, who reviewed all the content from Arquine, it was very important for the book to fit in that number of final pages. Well, what you were saying, Felipe, about the lives of that this book has had with the different reconfigurations as all books, that makes them alive always, and the feature that makes them to go into a dialogue all the time. And well, dialogue is never complete, the dialogue offered by a book, but a reader. So where can we see the book? In the library of Infonavit? Of course, we have it since some time ago, but it would be important because and also to know if this multiple lives and faces of the book can be accessible for people. That is to say, if there is any course that you are preparing on Unidad Independencia, or if you are thinking about other types of materials, and well, how amazing that this type of activity could be extended to housing developments of IMSS as you have planned. And that it would be incredible as well to be addressed to the documentation of the analysis of the housing developments built by Infonavit. That, by the way, they are absolutely documented, and the emblematic ones are in the library. And then, well, I leave you the idea. Thank you, Nora. Yes, indeed. It is in the fantastic library of Infonavit and also in the fantastic library of CISS. And in addition, I need to say that these two fantastic libraries have fantastic staff, Lupita at CISS, Nora, Rogelio, and people who are not only people who know a lot about the matter, but the truth is that it is worth to approach them both. Yes, the book continues. Presentations come. We will go to the Guadalajara International Fair of Book. And talking about public presentations, we had the Mextropoli Festival of Architecture and City. We made a survey, a visit open to the public, and it was for free. And we visited the unit, and we hope that we will continue to have activities, both academic and public activities. We have scheduled some activities with neighbors, presentations, a little bit more let's say, meetings, a little bit more intimate meetings with neighbors. There was a presentation in the Linterna Mágica Cinema Theater, as Rodrigo mentioned, which is part of the equipment of Unidad Independencia that IMSS has not finished to restore after 27 years. And it is worth it because they have commercial and arts movies, presentations. It is worth to visit that movie theater. And the book can be obtained in not only libraries but in bookstores and in any library or bookstore that you trust the most. And I would add about the libraries mentioned by both. Here, the CISS library with Lupita, they help us a lot during the pandemic times and digitize books and help us to get. We were emailing and contacted other researchers who had dealt the subjects or some subjects that we were interested on. So for those of you interested on social security or social housing subjects, you will receive a lot of support. And an ad for Infonavit, well, they are about to leave from where they always are. And if libraries have something, is that many times they are not so readily accessible, but the Infonavit library will be great. Yes, that is an excellent piece of news that we have received so happily as part of the Infonavit cultural space as one of the pillars. The library of Infonavit is a public library, has always been, but it is located in the basement of the Infonavit headquarters building, and access is not so easy. Now we would like, and we will be a public open library readily accessible to the community. We have discovered that after some studies that the closest public library in that area is several kilometers away in San Angel and one more in Coyoacán. So that creates a gap and an area of opportunity that we should use to offer new services, to contribute to create social fabrics and rolling out of knowledge, and to take this part that I mentioned to you. And therefore, my emphasis on art, culture, and all these activities complementing the development and the experience, the good living, which is one of the areas of Infonavit space, so we will be readily accessible to the public, to the audience, to the young people, a small area of mm, uh, presentations and shows. So it will be next year. So you will be more than welcome. Here we have the Infonavit director. He says that it is a fact. So we thank the director of Infonavit who has supported the project and who will make the dream of having an open public library come true. Then going back to the subject we are talking about, I would like to ask you if you could choose a single aspect or feature of Unidad Independencia, which would it be? A single aspect, not necessarily a single word, right? But a single aspect. Okay, so well, I would go back to the subject of commitment and energy, and in terms of the political will, and in terms of the project, the diversity, right? The multiplicity and diversity of components that I think that makes it special and distinguishes it from other housing projects made during the same period in Mexico. You said two of them. Well, to me, the what I like the most is that at that time, the modern movement was focused on some things in the scale, monumentality, the starting with these principles. What I like the most is how it adapted to what it was, and it makes singular. Part of famous stories is that there was the Matsumoto nurseries, and 70% of the land was owned by them. And there's a story told by Paco, who wrote the book. Chema, one of the architects, told him that when they were coming into through the main avenue in the greenhouse, the nurseries, well, he said that they would not destroy any trees, and that changes the view how modern architecture now had to be established in a territory that, in addition to have a very singular topography, had also singular vegetation. And being kind of the organized, I would keep that. Well, a little bit before starting the session, Felipe, Rodrigo, and me were talking a little bit, and I had a series of questions already prepared. And they were saying, well, most certainly we would not have the time to answer all of them, but you have already answered all the questions. So I would like to know if you would like to add something else. Yes, maybe if there's questions, I just would like to thank CISS, Infonavit, you and Habitat for this invitation, and to congratulate to Miguel Angel and Jair for the organization of this event. It was amazing. And I think that it was incredible because of the diversity of voices and experience that we have heard and seen. The subject of housing is a multidimensional thing, and the answers need to be. And the more ideas we hear and discuss, it will be richer. So, well, Rodrigo, would you like to add something, or would we open to the Q&A? Well, thank you. Let me read some of the questions, and you will choose which ones you want to change, because we have kind of 12 minutes.
How long does the execution of this project require, and what type of multidisciplinary team is required to ensure what you said, like the names of the streets, like it was integrated with art? So the murals, theaters, green areas, etc. The other one, how would you assess the success of this project, foreseeing the goal we had in mind when you did the design? And another question is, do you continue receiving files on the Unidad Independencia unit? How can people contact you that are interested in sharing the pictures or images? So how did you decide who was going to have access to this? And so what about the amount of books published? And if there's videos or documentaries or more audiovisual things for the public in general? And from the time we're the worst to answer, because we were able to do one book of the project in 4 years, and they did it in 2 years since they started in 58 and inaugurated in 60. And muscle and political will, and that hardly we could see the conditions for a project on a land of that size and be able to manage and bring the design, wishing a multitask group, depending on the different builders, architects. So we didn't say it a lot, but even we put a specialist architect, Efemiret, in the kids games that are they differentiate the unit. In this point, can we jump to something else? No, that was it. We always joked it took 4 or 5 years to make a book, and they created it in 1 year because of the muscle. This is a political model. We don't want to go back to that. This is a regime that a few years later, after inaugurating the Unidad Independencia, was in 68. We all know what happened in 68. So it's part of the model of Unidad Independencia. And so the other question was, who can access the beneficiaries of IMSS? And since 60 till the middle of the 90s, Unidad Independencia housing was the property of IMSS. The feeding, the housing in the 90s, IMSS sold the housing of these dwellings, and they managed some part of the feedings. There's an important change there in regime. It was a moment of lots of friction amongst IMSS and people living there that wanted to stay being renters. The book where two times we published it, one internal for IMSS and one commercial of 2,000 books. Rodrigo, did we answer all? How can they contact us to do volume 2? And the audiovisual, Jaime Navarro, that helped us with all the photographic documentation, has some videos, and has insisted for us to do kind of an presentation and not only have the material selected, but everything that we left out because of format or because it's interviews or audiovisuals or also more images. So we have a possibility of using it. We don't know who and with whom and how to contact us. I think that if we have access or in social networks is FO underscore RD for Rodrigo Duran.mx. There are our emails. You can write to us and Mr. Science and the success of the project. So the success, and there we went around as part of Nextropoly. When we went around, we said, let's hurry because for sure at some point some of the neighbors are going to get close and are going to incorporate to the discussion and the chat. So, and the guided tour. And we were there in the administration where the old zoo was, and we didn't mention that, but that was we had a zoo that is there in the image and pictures of the great Rodrigo Moya. Um, so a girl that was a resident and came with her baby, and basically this was very good. She appropriated the guided tour and she started talking and telling and adding to the story. So I think is if you go to the unit and you speak with the residents, and you'll see the passion that they are related. So everybody knows the stories and the units, and they defended with great passion. So I would close by saying that, and as a manner of an invitation for you to know the unit, Unidad Independencia, is a life place. People live there, and we have to be very respectful with the neighbors and the pictures and things like that. And it's important to know the public spaces and uh, e- and to invite them to get to know CISS and Assis. No? So we can conclude the presentation of the book Ciudad Independencia, Seguro Social. Good afternoon, and thank you so much. Thank you. We are about to conclude this work. We need the closing table. We ask you a few minutes to those that are with us online. We're going to be closing this interesting day.
Muy buenas tardes, sean bienvenidas,
Good
bienvenidos.
afternoon and welcome to the closing of this event. This is a closing event of this forum of international experiences, housing and social security. We had a fantastic table, the last table. We're going to close with a with a great support. We have the presidents of Alvaro Velarca, the General Secretary, and Mr. Carlos Martinez Velasquez, the General Director of Infonavit and Secretary General of CISS. First of all, I'd like to give the floor to the Secretary General of CISS, Alvaro Velarca Hernandez. Thank you, Miguel. Again, good afternoon to everyone that have been with us on behalf of the Inter-American Conference. And Robledo Aburto, thank you so much. Thank you to all the people that attended. Thank you for all the panelists and the public in general, because they honored us with their presence. And also, I'd like to extend my dear thank you and recognition to the Infonavit, to the housing fund that is heads the situation also, and our dear friend Carlos Martinez Velasquez, the Director General in Infonavit, and this forum of housing, social security, international experiences. And thank you to Bon Habitat for their collaboration of this activity, President of the Assembly and representatives of Habitat for Latin America, Dr. Martin Velasquez, also to the panelists, international panelists, national panelists that were part of this forum and the public in general. I'd like to thank you so much. We developed an active forum where we had different experiences regarding housing, and these reflections we've contributed by international, local, and national people that are fully dedicated to the research of problems related to housing and public for the resolution. Great progress in housing are led in a timely manner by the UN to converge in 2030 to the compliance of Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs, and having more inclusive and sustainable societies, as mentioned in particular by goal SDG 11. We had great presentation, all put housing as an economic and human resource in the part of the International Pact of Economic, Social, and Cultural Development and Human Development of the UN. And in this sense, I'd like to recover the legal obligation the states have in order to ensure this right to its citizens in equal conditions and without discriminations. The consensus, international consensus to reduce the gap of access to housing includes the demand of social security, the ownership of land, protection against forced vacancies, and access to drinking water, energy, transportation, utilities, and it includes attributes as accessible, livable housing that's adequate regarding the culture and location. The presented cases in the forum have allowed us to identify and think about different paths of the housing policy, from those where we work with public-private entities, subsidies to leasing, integration of housing and the connection of housing with social security. And all of them are cases of interest for the American continent in order to achieve access to housing. And in the case of the country, headquartered of Social Security, in the case of Mexico, the connection between housing and Social Security has improved, substantial improvements and progress in order to close the gap in housing between public and private sector, the productive sector, and unions, workers, and the academy that make possible for Infonavit to put 7 out of 10 mortgages in the house in the country. That is why Infonavit gives affordable mortgages for beneficiaries and for citizens. And thank you for the case of Barcelona, the economist Carmen Trillia, for Habitat 3 that has done such a valuable connection between housing and different sectors. I also acknowledge her disposition to continue collaborating with CISS and Infonavit in the development of other projects of the right and affordable housing. After that, I wanted to thank architect Raúl Valles, the research of the Centro de Vivienda y Hábitat, the case of Uruguay, integrating the policy of Uruguay have allowed to have housing in a more affordable manner. Also, Felipe Link, by presenting the case of subsidies in leasing in Chile. This case is going to be very interesting in other countries in Latin America. And finally, we want to thank Felipe Orenzans and Rodrigo Duran, both architects, for the presentation of their valuable book, Ciudad Independencia Seguro Social, and Nora Judith Nunez for her comments. She gives us a great source of inspiration for ambitious and affordable housing models so that the community citizens will be able to take advantage of other units. And this is how we finish the Social Security Forum. I only wanted to reconfirm my thank you to the technical teams of the institutions involved that made possible this event. Thank you so much, and I hope you have a fantastic afternoon. And thank you, Álvaro Velarca. Now we'd like to give the floor to Carlos Martinez Velázquez, the Director General of Infonavit. I'm going to read his resume. Carlos Martinez Velázquez studied politics in the Autonomous University of Mexico and has a master's in the economy in the same university. Likewise, he has a specialty in energy and in the environment by the Latin American School of Social Sciences. He's a specialist in political economy with social focus and the protection of human rights. He's a public official since 2018, has taken several positions, has worked as a commentator in the media, as an expert in academic publications about economy and human rights. At present, Carlos Martinez Velázquez is the Director General of Infonavit. And thank you. And please go ahead with your closing remarks. Álvaro, no se oye. Again, Álvaro, we had been talking again, and it took us a whole year, but it was very important to us, not only as members of CISS, but also because we believe that we have to go back to an integrating value in Social Security. And as a matter of fact, we were listening about the Unidad Independencia. Then we saw that the examples that we put in housing are before Infonavit. We put example of Tlatelolco, Cupac, Independencia, and these are all examples of public spaces, of closeness, proximity, before factors for people that live in these places. Maybe there's other important examples. We have Rosario, Iztacalco. That's an important example, Santa Pebele, and we share this development. Likewise, another one in the center of Tijuana that was important from Infonavit, and others, so many in the country, and the reflection done. And that's why it's so important to us to define ourselves, as we've expressed that in these few years, define us as a Social Security Institute, not as a bank, not as a mortgage. We do a mortgage activity or a bank activity that when you make a loan or you give a loan, we define ourselves as a Social Security organism, so that with IMSS in this administration, we are very close personally, and we have a vision of a country that should look for the well-being. the most clear example of how the separation of IMSS and Infonavit, or how far are we, led us to hundreds of abandoned dwellings where there's peripheria that destroyed the territory, and that we provided housing to workers. It's also true that it went away from the original goal as a pillar to Social Security. And what do I refer to? And when the Social Security system was bold, and then we had the pensions, housing, health, and fringe benefits around the area of work in order to provide workers a well-being space, a space of well-being, and that's how the Social Security, Mexican Social Security, was built. And this was separated at some point because we have constructions, and so why we have to have these joint things? Why we, as we said, we have 133, and when they surpass these people, there has to be a family medical union, and or a daycare or a day house for senior citizens, or if we pay, or workers pay, we'll have better performance, because we cannot fragment the quota for the effects of the workers. We see they pay a ticket for Social Security that includes the pension names, and that's why necessarily this has to go together, so that the performance and the return you have on this ticket paid on Social Security is the largest. If we fragment, it's going to have a clinic where they don't live, or a dwelling where there's no clinic, and that at the end will generate an inefficiency in the placement of resources. And that is why we've insisted in this vision of Social Security and incorporating as a Mexican contribution, because not all Social Securities include housing, but yes, in the Mexican case, we include something that would be good for the counterparts to incorporate them. And that's what we've done. We had Roman Meyer and the secretary in Nairobi, and we spoke with many of the peers in Latin America that have an interest of doing something as Infonavit. And Colombia has something that is similar to Infonavit, Venezuela also. And they are having this aspect of saying, how do you finance housing for those that have the least? And Mexico has found a formula that has had good moments, bad moments, but they look for a formula where workers can contribute part of their wages, make a fund, and have a credit. At some time was the construction, in another time was where the unions were building housing for the workers. But so in Social Security, this housing workers works. So now it's important to make this forum with a CISS and have a guideline of investigation, development of thoughts with all the member countries of a CISS regarding Social Security. Because, as mentioned before, housing is an enabler, and is an enabler of other rights. Is a right that is located, and it's something that many times is not only giving the agenda, so it's located in a place, and then when they give you housing and ensure this right, then you see a political economic reality. So then you would have different lives when they assign you a housing, but the workers choose their housing. It's not a lottery, and they choose the social economic reality where they live and develop this location. And this location also opens the door to the rights. So if close to the clinic, we don't have a school, hardly you'll be able to have a right to education and health and schooling. So that is why we're thinking about housing, not only from giving the right, getting the rights, but also the integration with other rights that makes sense to think about them from Social Security when we're including it in the package established by the Mexican state. So we feel this is a point that we can open from CISS and Infonavit with the member countries and continue going deeper in this relationship and problems that member countries face about housing and about warranties and ensuring other social and political rights. So we congratulated the participants of the forum. We congratulate CISS and Alvaro because this is a first step with a very important work agenda regarding housing and social security. So thank you. Thank you, everyone, those that were here present in the room and virtually, all those that were in this forum all this morning. And thank you, everyone. Thank you to our General Secretary. Thank you to the Director General of Infonavit and our audience. And I recommend you to follow us in our social networks, see the publications, follow social networks of Infonavit, and for sure you'll have news about us in the future. Goodbye and thank you.